This is a test of the City of Palatka audio system.
You gotta pack that.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome to the City of Palatka Student of the Month ceremony. It's an honor and a privilege to acknowledge the successes of the children and young people in our community. They are our future. Commissioner Campbell and Commissioner Jones, could you help and assist? We are going to call each student's name to come up and get their certificate and shake hands, and then we will do a photo shoot after everybody's name has been called. Bailey Shope, Browning Pierce Elementary School. The screen, so give those back, please. Nor, right, Nor? James A. Long Elementary. Olivia Babcock, Kelly Smith Elementary. Nash Bridges Melling Learning Center. So Dominique. Dominique. Read that. Bigston Mellon Learning Center, R212. Anaya LaFontaine, Mosley Elementary. Rachel Dodd, Palatka Junior Senior High. Lexi Peacock, Canile Baptist. Maika, I'm sorry, I got glasses on. Patel. Colton Pinion, Putnam Classical Academy. Deacon Elkins, Little Sprouts Learning Center. And do we have one more? No, it's that. Okay, and we said these two already. Okay, we're going to take photos. We're going to start with the student alone with the mayor. Who's here? What did I miss? Oh, Jason Williams. Hillcrest Academy. I'm sorry, Jason.
And then there's one more. There's one other. Yeah, there's children's reading center.
Where's the certificates though? I gave you all.
That's it.
That's it. Okay, Sophia, come on down. No, it's a phone. Yes.
Yeah. That's right. Yeah. Here's Sophia's, here's Jason.
I know we'll take care of individual first. It's up there. You have Rachel now. Rachel. Dominique. Yeah, Dominique. Congratulations. Dominique, like I said, we just have.
Sonny, you ready?
Man. It's not my.
City of Palatka, City Commission meeting, November 14th, 2024. I'm calling this meeting to order, starting with the invocation from Pastor Mulberry and Pledge of Allegiance led by Commissioner Campbell. Please stand.
Let us pray. Father, again, thank you for how good you've been. You brought us together again for such a time as this. Pray, God, that you will keep us mindful of who we are and whose we are. God, keep us in remembrance of our civility. Let us know, God, that you are the reason for all of us to be here tonight. And we thank you for all you're doing. God, we pray that you move this city in the direction that you would have it to go. And we thank you for everyone gathered here tonight. Pray that blessing upon this meeting. Pray that blessing upon your people. It is in Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Join me as we salute our nation's flag. I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Roll call, please, Ms. Krantz.
Yes, thank you. Commissioner Tammy McCaskill.
Here.
Commissioner Justin Campbell.
Present.
Commissioner Will Jones.
Present.
Commissioner Rufus Forum.
Present. Present.
Mayor Robbie Correa.
Present.
All members present and accounted for. You have a quorum, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Point of order, please. We're in the middle of a meeting. Approval of minutes for June 11th, 2024 executive session, July 16th, 2024 executive session, August 27th, 2024 executive session, October 14th, 2024 special call meeting, and October 24th, 2024 regular meeting.
Motion to approve minutes A through E.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposition? Thank you. We're going on to public recognitions and presentations. First is the recognition of Lucy F. Hutchinson, 100th birthday on December 18th, 2024.
Thank you so much, Madam Mayor. If I may present to you and to the commission, Lucy Hutcherson, who is joining us via Zoom technology.
Hi, Miss Lucy. That's okay. We have a little biography of Miss Lucy. Mother Lucy was born December 18th, 1924 in Palatka, Florida. Lucy was raised by her grandmother, Pearlie. She has two sisters, Margie and Bertie. She had several close cousins, Eugene Fells, Sammy Fells, and Horatio Fells, who were more like brothers. Childhood, Lucy was raised by her grandmother, Pearlie. She had two sisters, Margie and Bertie. That's kind of a repeat. Education, Lucy was educated in the Putnam County school system. She married Henry Hutchinson Sr. in the 1940s. She had 7 kids, 5 boys and 2 girls. Wow. Lucy was a domestic worker and a cafeteria worker for the Putnam County schools for many years. Mother Lucy is a lifelong member of Mount Tabor First Baptist Church, previously serving on the usher board. Lucy was a longtime member of the Jolly Social Savings Club, where the families would gather at each other's homes, different parks, and sometimes at the beach for fun and fellowship. Lucy loved to cook and was a great cook at its best. Growing up, a house always had many family members and friends who would stop by to say hello. She would always offer them something to eat. She was known to many as their other mom. She loved to travel, enjoying taking road trips throughout the country. Her most favorite was cruising the Caribbean, New England, and Canada. Famous quotes: "Those who give you stones, give them bread, and be happy and trust God." Happy birthday, Miss Lucy. We also have a plaque that says presented to Lucy F. Hutchinson, Palatka Centenarian Club. Happy 100th birthday, City of Palatka, December 18th, 1924.
And Ms. Tracy.
I know Tracy's here, I just want to. Tracy, take a picture. Gotta take your picture.
Right here. We're gonna
Come on up here. Thank you.
let everybody get in.
1 minute, we'll let
One
crowding in. Thank you. Thank you, Miss Lucy. Happy birthday again. Our next recognition is a proclamation. Ms. Krantz?
Yes. Thank you so much, Madam Mayor. presenting to you a proclamation for World Interact Week. Now therefore I, Roberta M. Correa, Mayor of the City of Palatka, together with the members of the Palatka City Commission, do hereby recognize Rotary Club International for its contributions to the City of Palatka during World Interact Week of November 4th through 10th, 2024. And we encourage all citizens to join in recognizing the interactors of the Palatka Junior Senior High School for their contributions and express appreciation to Rotary International for its enduring commitment to empowering our youth and improving our community. In witness whereof, I hereunto set my hand and cause to be affixed the official seal of the City of Palatka this 14th day of November, the year of our Lord, 2024.
Thank you. Do we have a motion?
So moved. Second.
Motion second, all in favor?
Aye.
Any oppositions? Thank you. Give us your name. You want to say a few words? You don't have to. Does anybody want to say a few words? Yvette?
Good evening, everyone. This is Maddie Hodge. She's our president of the Palatka Junior Senior High School Interact Club. And she is ready to serve. We have several of our interactors here with us today. And we're excited for a very active Interact year this year.
Yes, ma'am. You go.
Yeah.
My turn.
In the spotlight, employee of the month, Ms. Jones.
Evening, Madam Mayor and Commissioners. Once again, we've come to this mile marker where we're ending our second year of Employee of the Month, recognizing our employees for outstanding performance during any given month, being recognized by their coworkers or even the people that work under them. And this month, for the month of November, we would like to recognize our Interim Public Works Director, Mr. Joe Verrecchio.
Good evening, Commissioners and citizens of Palatka. We nominated Joe Vecchio for Employee of the Month because he's a truly exceptional leader. He consistently demonstrates a strong commitment to our public works team. Over the last 6 months, he's taken on projects head on, things that he wasn't aware of, things that he just had to step into. Joe's always available for support and guidance. He fosters a dependable workplace. He manages all of our schedules and projects efficiently. And he definitely goes above and beyond for everything that he takes on with the city. So we're super grateful for you and everything you've stepped up doing.
Thank you. I'll keep it brief. A leader is only good as the people that you lead. So I want you to understand that I believe that wholeheartedly. And I'm so blessed to have the team down at Public Works that I work with. They're amazing. They have stepped up their game every single day. So this is for all of them. And I appreciate you guys giving me an opportunity to have the position to do so. So thank you too. No, thanks.
Gonna take your picture. There's no choice about it,
Yeah.
really. There's no choice. You have to suffer like the rest of us.
I want to say that everything they said is actually true. I've given Joe some impossible assignments. I mean, he has told me I am tough, 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 but guess what? He gets it done. And for that, I'm truly grateful. Thank you. I'm gonna take pictures of you. Come on. I appreciate you.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Recognition of city's employees, U.S. military veterans.
Madam Mayor, Commissioners, I hope Joe didn't go too far because he, unlike many of those here at the city of Palatka, did dedicate their prior service to the military. And at this time, in recognition of Veterans Day, which just recently passed, we would like to thank our military veterans here on city staff. And we would ask all of those whose names appear up on this board, if you're present with us, please come join us in the front in recognition of your service to the country.
Yes.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
um,
Want me
is-
to let it be quiet down? Give him a minute. Commissioner Borham?
yes, I just like to make a quick comment as it relates to, everybody who served in the armed forces or whatever and made those, many sacrifices for the freedom of our country. But, we need to be able to honor them in a way, and I want to ask the commission that let's get a plaque, on the wall. We need to have something where we honor all of our military veterans, and if we can do that, I think that'll be something that we can show our, appreciation. We can't say thank you enough. So if we can get something, a plaque for every military veteran who ever served that worked with the city, we need to have them listed on the thing, and I'd like to
We
Get
will
that.
take care of it.
approval of commission.
Definitely, I support that, and I think it would be great to make sure we have it out there so that it could be visible when citizens come in.
Yes.
Ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
On to the next recognition, Palatka Fire Department B shift personnel. Is, there you go. Kim.
Thank you for giving us the opportunity to come here tonight and recognize a couple of our employees. We've had an opportunity to, oh, sorry, not blue enough. We've had an opportunity for the past several years now to deploy for multiple storms and to lend a hand in our community and surrounding counties and municipalities. And so I wanted to take a minute, if you would allow it, and read a letter that came from a task force leader addressed to Chief Taylor. You'll see that Captain Reed, Firefighter Fudge are there with the governor in Dixie County. So this was a letter addressed to Chief Taylor. It says, "Dear Chief Taylor, I hope this letter finds you well. I am writing to express my heartfelt commendation for the extraordinary efforts of Captain Reed and Firefighter Lauren Fudge, who responded as part of a structural task force 3301 during the devastating aftermath of Hurricane Helene in Dixie County. The impact of the hurricane on this community, particularly in Jenna, Horseshoe Beach, and Swanee, was nothing short of catastrophic. I am proud to say that our team rose to the occasion with unwavering dedication. The professionalism, commitment, and compassion demonstrated by your personnel during this challenging time were truly inspiring. They exemplified the highest standards of the fire service, providing not only critical support and emergency response, but also comfort and reassurance to the residents affected by the storm. It is a testament to the caliber of training, leadership within your organization, and that your team could respond with such efficiency and empathy. I would also like to extend my gratitude for the resources and support you committed to the mission, your trust in me as the task force leader to care for and look out for your personnel. It did not go unnoticed. It was an honor to work alongside such dedicated individuals who embody the spirit of teamwork and service that our communities rely on in times of crisis. Thank you once again for your exemplary leadership and outstanding contributions of your crews. Together, we have made a significant difference in the lives of those affected by Hurricane Helene.
Up for a photo? Don't let them run. It's not that escape, you know, not that good.
You have the.
That was signed by Chief Carlos Avalese of the St. Augustine Fire Department.
All right.
Thank you. Presentation, Florida Department of Transportation, closing of Short Krill Ave. Who is here from Florida Department of Transportation? Is there
Thank
somebody-
you so much, Madam Mayor. On the line with us,
Okay.
joining via Zoom, we do have Justin Garland and Meg Ross with the Florida Department of Transportation. And then if they want me to scroll through, just feel free to hit next slide, or if you want to share screen, just let me know.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Can you all hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. My name is Justin Garland and I'm the project manager for the State Road 20 Safety Improvement Project, as shown on the screen there. I just want to start off with going over kind of a background history of the project and how it came to life. About a year ago, in November 2024, we were contacted by city staff to look at solutions to address through traffic going down Short Krill Avenue and cutting through downtown Palatka to basically turn east on US 17. So we went to the drawing board and developed the State Road 20 at Krill Avenue intersection closure concept, which if Ms. Suni, if you'll just scroll down to that concept, I would appreciate it. And we presented it to the city staff and had positive feedback from it. So we took it further and engaged other stakeholders like the city and the county commission and a few local residents who reached out to us just to show off the concept and just see, you know, what kind of feedback we got back. And it was all primarily positive feedback. So we took it a step further, and this July we took it to a public meeting, which we held there in the city of Palatka. And, you know, we had a good turnout, and the majority of the comments that we received back from that meeting were in favor of the project. So we moved forward with it. We found funding. We started getting survey for the project, which is the first step in designing it. And the last few months since then, we have been designing the project. We're at 60% design plans, or just about at them. We should have those complete here fairly soon. And then the next few steps is we're going to look at coordinating with utilities, because we do have a few utilities going through there and drainage structures that could potentially be in conflict. This project, it is going to be paired with the US 17 resurfacing job that is from the Memorial Bridge down to US 9 or State Road 19. We paired them together. It just so happened to work out where that project was in the work program. It's scheduled to go to construction September of 2025. They'll probably start actually constructing it around winter of 2025 because we do have to give them some time to procure materials and things like that. So that's pretty much the update I have. We're at 60% design plans. The next step will be 90% and then 100, which we should have around May of 2025. And then the project will go to construction, let to a contractor September of 2025. So that's pretty much where we're at. That concludes my update, and I'll be happy to take any questions.
Does anybody have any questions?
Yes, well, I just want to thank you guys for the work you put in for that particular project. There's two other areas that I would like to kind of throw out here at this point. Just got some feedback from our last forum where coming Creel west and to 19 and south. Once you get on 19 south coming from Creel west, or there's some suicide lanes that was brought to their attention where there's been a lot of near misses in that area. So if we can probably put that on your radar and, to begin to look at that, that was one of the areas. And then again, I think we need to go back and revisit the Reed Street between from 9th all the way back to the riverfront where you were planning on planting trees in the area to close off a few feet of the turning lanes. And I think you really need to rethink that and come back and take a real closer look at that, because again, there's still a lot of issues as it relates to traffic backing up way past the buffer of that particular lane. So that's just a quick update. We can talk about it further later. Just wanted to put that on your radar.
Yes, sir. I appreciate that.
Anybody else have any questions? No? Thank you.
Thank
For
you.
the update. Next presentation, policy updates.
Madam Mayor, Commissioners, I have two separate policies that we would like to put before you all for your consideration and bring back for adoption at the December meeting. The first is in our Appendix 11, and it references our employee breaks. It was very vague as to how our employees would take breaks and how that time was utilized as far as lunch. So what we've done is added in charts and graphs saying, given specific, because we have so many different start times from different departments. So saying if you start this time, you want a 30-minute lunch, this is the time of your start and end. So we kind of just made it very plain for every department head so they will know. If I got employees that's coming in at 6 o'clock and they want to get off at 3, they need an hour lunch, this is what they get. Our policy always stated that we could not utilize breaks as a part of lunch. It just wasn't adhered to. So we want to make it very clear as to everybody gets to, if you work 8 to 10 hour days, you get 2 15-minute breaks. It's encouraged to take them. But if you don't, it's not something you can put in a pocket and say, I'm going to use it with my 30 minutes and then take a lunch. So that's what we're trying to make specific. So it adheres around the, all around every department at the city. So that's for your review. And the second one is for termination and exit interview process. That is something that as we, I studied and looked at all of the things, unless we put something in policy, we can't mandate an exit interview. So what I've done is put together that employees, if they turn in a 2-week notice, it's going to be encouraged that they come and sit down for an in-person, but they will receive via email a copy of the exit interview for them to fill out and return if they prefer not to be in person, because we can't mandate that for them to do it. Employees that are termed, they will still get that exit interview sheet and encourage them to fill it out and send it back in. A lot of employees may be more apt to give a true feedback as to why they left, if they're not sitting in front of an individual. So those were the two things, that's section 11, in our policy and procedure book, and the other was appendix 11 for your review. And we will bring those things back, once you all give your feedback, and we'll bring it back to you all in the December meeting.
Thank you. You might as well stay here. Presentation, new hires.
I have a question before we move on.
Yes, sir.
And it's just when we're bringing a new policy forward. So a violation of this policy, it would be good if you continue on some kind of way, have an explanation of if you violate this policy, what happens. And if it's not adhered to, that would be good to have in here as well. And you may already have it somewhere else, but if you're amending the policy to make
And
it clear.
Yeah,
I
the
think that
last
would
few
be-
lines, and it's, all it says, it just states that supervisors are responsible for controlling the breaks and their divisions and departments. For that, and you would like to see some kind of violation in there, I mean, which we can add, okay.
At the consequences.
Yeah.
There are consequences.
Yeah. Okay.
So you know, I mean, you're just saying it's a policy, but if it's not adhered to, what happens? So that would be good information to
Yes,
know.
sir.
And it should be along the lines of the
Yeah.
progressive steps of discipline.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Okay, on to new hires.
Madam Mayor, so the new hires, and these are new employees that have came into the employ of the city since September. And we have all the way through. So Sunny, the first one. Yeah. Okay, will be Alex Marrero. He's our new planning clerk. Here. And we have Carlos Dominguez Brito. He's our project grant administrator.
Correction manager.
Manager.
Okay.
Daphne Brusso, our grant writer. Jody Funk, our administrative assistant 1 at Public Works. Ryan Mickles, he's our planner 1. Tavares Edwards, he's a reclamation mechanic trainee at the wastewater treatment plant. Reclamation. Patrell Norris, sanitation driver. And Andrew Powell, he's a streets equipment operator. Elijah Sessions, sanitation driver. And one employee that's not listed up there, that was not at the time this was generated, but is present here today. We don't have a picture. We have Miss Amanda Hayes, our assistant city clerk.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Welcome, everybody. Thank you. Okay. On to city manager and administrative reports, presentation, American Rescue Plan Act.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Thank you. So with the ARPA, Sunny. We did bring it back in. We would like, I guess, feedback at some point, because with the, in December, we're actually going to have this offer schedule on the agenda so that we can, so the commissioners can consider adopting and encumbering, which would be putting us in compliance with state and federal law. And so at this moment, we have $946,000 that has been allocated. Also notice that the $200,000 for the lead program is there. And we also have the $10,000 for the public health ARC initiative. And that's pretty much it. So we were asked to bring this back in. I'm not certain if there are changes that the commission would like us to make on this schedule. Just let us know. One of the things that we did, we made certain that everything that is on the report is allowed by offer. That was a step that we took just to be sure. Now that we're so close to encumbering.
Any questions?
Any questions or concerns?
Well, no, the only thing I have a question about is the housing. How did we come along with the housing, the 2.5, and where are we with that? I thought we were supposed to been getting some
Okay.
applications and different things.
Yes, I don't know if Carlos is here. He can always give us an update. I'll do one rather quickly. We are making progress. We are now having much more success with the list of the names, and they are starting to respond. Applications are being vetted now. So we are expecting to really get started in the month of December, actual activity.
Right. Would it be an issue if the commission had a list of some of those absence? So we kind of understand, and I know I've talked to a few people that submitted, and I just want to make sure that people are represented that submitted.
Yes, sir. Oh, Carlos, would you like to go further update, or did I do it? On the affordable housing with Bill Lazar?
Yes, I just received an email today from him. Good night to everyone, I'm sorry. So I just received an email from him today. He said like we are having like low responses. We send like, to the people in city envelopes to the citizens. And he said like we're having like low responses, but I have like the list. I don't know if you have that list. I can share with you that list. And we have like 35 people already.
Okay, good
Yes.
deal. All right, well,
We will
we
share
certainly
it.
appreciate being abreast of some of those things that's happening, because we got these funds. We want the people to be able to submit for this money. First time ever getting this kind of money, so we want to make sure that we put it in the hands of the
Of
people.
course.
So they can.
Got it.
Carlos, what's the process now? I mean, I like to say it, I'll reiterate it every time we have a large group of folk so that they can tell a friend and tell a friend. So can you explain, how do we apply for these funds?
Yes, we're getting these funds and we're getting like the list of people that apply for that funds. After that, after we complete like the whole list, when everyone is like just ready on the list, they are going to do like a evaluation to see what's the people that are most that deserve these funds to be applied to them. So after that, they're going to do, I think it's 25 houses at the beginning, if I'm not wrong.
That's
So they're
correct.
going to do 25. So when they do the scoring list, they're going to send us that scoring. So that way we can see where we at with this scoring, and then, see what's happened after that.
So there may be someone in the audience that may qualify. So
course.
for those programs, with you being the manager, would you tell them how they qualify? What will get you on that list and be eligible for these funds that you're talking about? And what repairs that they cover?
Yes, to be honest, right now, yes, go ahead.
Okay, I'll try to help. I
Mhm,
don't have
of
it in
course.
front of me, but I know that it's based upon whether or not you're an actual owner. That's number one. Number two, that either your house has been subject to code violations and you want to get those corrected. The other thing, you were in the meeting, what else? The income level,
based.
that's right. Primarily it's the income. So we're going by the eligibility income of the federal government. And most people will, if you need to get repairs to your house. I think we're also allocating about $40,000 per house. And we're also making certain that the exterior of the home is brought into compliance with code violations as well. So primarily, if you at least call the city and call the grants department, we will make certain that Mr. Lazar receive your information so that you can be screened. So there is a screening process.
Yes, and I know I'm just new getting up to speed, but if someone have some question, they can just come into the office. We can talk to see if they're on the list or not. Just feel free to come in.
Thank you.
Okay.
Commissioner Barr?
Yes, and just for just information availability, if we can put some process, procedure around and then put it on our
Website.
website and the various ways that we communicate with the community, no different than what we had up there on the main
Yes.
page. Those are the kind of things that will help drive people to the page, and it
Okay.
will be convenient for them to be able to find the information that they need. And we need whatever forms that we have, that we need to have those here at City Hall, and whatever process they need to be able to apply for those programs.
Okay.
And we will also utilize the new system that we have now of communication. Now we're able to reach 4,800
Yes.
of the city citizens. And we also utilize the Facebook as well, like we did recently.
Right.
So we can improve that.
Thank you, certainly appreciate it.
Thank you.
And can you expound on the new system?
The new system is that we finally were able to integrate with Palatka Gas Authority with all of the utility customers.
Yes.
And then we now have integrated that database into other databases that we had created during the years. So we are able to communicate very quickly and efficiently. I mean, within hours or less.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments? Thank you.
Thanks, sir. Appreciate it.
Excuse me, update on the airport land swap, Mr. Halusko?
So
Rosario?
I
and
have
Miss-
a
Go
couple PowerPoint slides here, and then we also have Mr. Andrew Halesko from Passero, who's our consultant on this project. At the request of Commissioner Campbell, this update is being provided to the commission. Just very broadly, the purpose of this acquisition, as you can see, is primarily the acquisition of critical warehouse space for land for development of our new city public works facility that's going to be located within the industrial park area. The transaction is also going to provide the city with additional acreage that will allow it to establish a new airport boundary within the southwest quadrant, and that's going to separate the industrial park from the airport. The new boundary will consolidate the parcels within the industrial park into one contiguous non-aeronautical designated area. In addition, we will gain 12.27 acres of proposed aeronautical use land. Next slide, please. So to sum up, those are the bullet points of the benefits of the project. Next slide, please. You had asked for a chronology. This is briefly the chronology of events dating all the way back to May of 2021, when the Public Works relocation of their facilities was proposed for this particular area. And then you had a series of inquiries and releases from the FAA, bringing us all the way to basically where we executed a contract with Jeff Nations. There are only two parties to that contract, just for clarification. There are no corporate entities. It is a single individual, Jeff Nations, that we're under contract with. Next slide. We have a detailed chronology dating all the way back actually to 2007 that Mr. Halesko can speak to with a lot more institutional knowledge than I can, but I basically did an extensive document review to basically outline the details of the chronology of this transaction so you would understand that, including all the various appraisals. Next slide, please. And it continues all the way up until actually just today, where we received an inquiry from the FAA, inquiring on the status. In terms of our contractual obligations, we were able to obtain an extension to the commercial contract. So our closing date has now been extended to March 15th of 2025 to allow for sufficient publication in the Federal Register of the proposed land release. With that, the remaining slides are a little bit more technical, and I will defer to Mr. Halesko's expertise to continue to explain.
Evening to the commission. Just a little bit of background before we even get to what's on the slides. Historical and a little bit of planning on the airport. So first of all, you're involved with the FAA granting the city a land release of city-owned land because basically the federal government gave the airport to the land to the city back in the late 1940s. So when you dispose of any land, you have to go through the process and show the FAA exactly what's going to happen, what's your use, what are you doing with it. first check from the FAA is whether or not the release of the land is consistent with your airport master plan and your airport layout plan drawings. And it is. The piece of land that we're talking about, or the pieces of land that we're talking about, are relatively undeveloped, and they are consistent with the airport operation and the future development of the airport. Those are good foundational issues to say that there's not much happening in that southwest quadrant of the airport. And what is being proposed is acceptable both from the airport planning process and to the FAA. So this is the first land release that occurred back in 2023. The airport actually used to have 4 runways. Most people don't know that because they only see 2 out there today. We decommissioned runway 1230 just about 10 years ago now, but there actually used to be 4 runways. And the industrial area, you can actually see where the pavement was for the 4th runway. That's the primary land that we're talking about right now. Back in 2022 and 2023, the city was proposing to put its public works facility in the lower left corner of a piece of land that we requested a release. Next slide. That's the parcel on top of an aerial, again, on what was the previous 4th runway. Hasn't been active in decades, but that's the area in black. Next slide, please. And there's the site plan that we did for you for the new public works facility on that parcel. So the city went to the FAA and said, this is our proposed use of this land that you gave us. Please release it, and we're going to build a public works facility there. The FAA granted that release of the entire parcel, not just where the site plan is, but the other area towards the runway, which is mostly wetlands. This is the upland piece that's developable. After that, the city had looked at other areas where they could possibly build a public works facility and started looking at the parcel of land right next to the empty site plan, because there were already buildings there and there was some feasibility put together to determine, could we go in and reuse existing buildings instead of building brand new? Creates a little bit of conflict right from the start, because the year prior we had told the FAA we're gonna release that land and build the DPW facility on the vacant land. Now we're switching over to the yellow area and saying perhaps we want to redevelop the yellow buildings instead. Next slide, please. Then a comprehensive look, both with the city and Mr. Nations, comes to the city and says, if we're going to look at the possible reuse of those buildings, which are owned by Mr. Nations, let's look at what's happening in the entire quadrant. Perhaps we can do something bigger and do more activity throughout the entire parcel. And that involves the land in yellow being released and sold to Mr. Nations and the city, and the area in lower blue actually coming back to the airport as a land swap. So the airport would be giving up yellow to the city and Mr. Nations. They'd be getting blue back as a land swap. Next slide, please. More details on it, specifically describing who's getting what. Again, city's getting blue, Mr. Nations is getting yellow, and Mr. Nations is swapping the blue. Separate from the FAA, this is the actual land deals, not all associated with FAA land release. Next slide, please. And this is the final. So we thought it was important because some of the other graphics you may have seen, there was some confusing drawings with a lot of different things on it. We tried to consolidate everything onto one slide. This shows you what is the final outcome if this entire deal goes through. First of all is the area upper left in orange. That was land release 1. The city proposed to put the DPW facility. We understand that the city does not propose to put the DPW facility on the orange parcel. And when that occurred, the city purchased that land from the airport. And to complete that land transaction, there's $169,000 value. The blue area would be the area that would be the proposed new public works facility. The blue would end up the city of Palatka. Yes, sir.
That's a question. The orange, didn't the city own that first? And was it a city-owned property? Then we sold it to Nations, then we bought it back? Is
No,
that
sir.
what happened?
Actually,
What we
ac-
talking about?
actually, the orange parcel was airport land gifted to the city by the federal government. It was
Okay. It was
to the-
out.
To the airport. I'm kind of separating the airport from the city. Obviously, the airport is owned by the city. But from land ownership perspective, they are different. From the FA's perspective, city land and airport land is different. The orange was owned by the airport and purchased from the city. So even when the city wants to purchase airport land, the federal government says that the city has to pay fair market value to the airport, even though you're the same legal entity.
Okay.
So that's the orange. The blue area is the future.
Time out.
Yes, sir.
A complete question was, did this, it was owned by the airport,
Yes, sir.
sold to the city.
Yes, sir.
So why are we buying it back? Or that's
Well-
because you lost me. That's what.
Actually, the orange, the only thing that hasn't happened in the orange, to the best of my knowledge, is that the city hasn't provided the cash value of the orange to the airport. Because the land was appraised, so the city could buy it from the airport to build a DPW facility. That's the first transaction in 2023.
Okay. Airport owned, then city owned.
And you own it right now. And
But-
no one, I'm sorry, go ahead, sir.
So between it, because I'm understanding we paid 1.5 million to buy that recently, as recent as a year or so ago. So if we owned it, why did we buy it? Or who did we buy it from?
I'm gonna defer to the city attorney, but I believe you're talking about the blue parcel.
Mm-mm,
With the
I think
orange?
it's the blue.
the orange.
The orange has nothing to do with Jeff Nations.
No, the orange is, it's ours.
Correct.
Because we just bought it. What do we just buy?
You now own the Public Works facility that we have highlighted there. You can see the total final city in blue.
It's the dark blue.
Yeah, just a few minutes ago, that was,
It's the dark
I
blue.
know you said that highlighted area.
Where the building is.
Okay, so we just bought that from Mr. Nations.
The dark, you had originally proposed to build in the orange, and then you decided to purchase and build on the blue.
Which had existing
Did we-
structures on
So
it.
we never owned the blue?
You did not.
All right, thank you. I'm sorry to interrupt, but I was confused.
Totally
Thank you.
understand. There's a lot of lines and colors on this. This is, again, tried to show what the final outcome would be of all the transactions, and that would be you own the orange, but you're not proposing to develop orange, but you told the FAA you were. You now own the blue, and Mr. Nation would end up in the yellow. And the airport would get the light blue in the lower right-hand corner in exchange for some land value of Mr. Nation's getting the additional areas in yellow.
Yeah, so, and we never talked to him, but, what I'm understanding here is that the area in the orange and then the area in the dark blue is what they're swapping for in the highlighted yellow. Correct.
There's three parts occurring on the second transaction. That is city purchases the dark blue, including the buildings. Mr. Nations purchases and ends up with all of the yellow, and he gives for the swap the light blue area in the lower right to the airport.
Can I try?
But how, from a value standpoint and also from a planned standpoint that was approved by the FAA, how does all of that play out?
So the value, let's start with just the value.
Yeah.
Ms. Carty can address the increase in value that the city would realize from this transaction.
I can, but can I let you don't want to keep going?
Well,
And I'll come after you.
the value of all the parcels are established in fair market value appraisals.
Right.
And that's really where we are. We do not have the approval from the FAA for this transaction to be complete. The FAA has reviewed multiple transactions occurring because there's multiple pieces, and they have questions and are seeking clarification from the city on the final transaction to make sure that the FAA concurs that all fair market value is consistent with what they're reading inside the documents.
Right, but initially, it was already approved and released. The orange area, correct?
Yes, sir. That was a separate and complete transaction. The other transaction involving yellow, dark blue, and light blue is not approved by the FAA. Yeah.
And that's
Not
what
yet.
is they're trying to get values together right now to
Yes,
be
sir,
able to
that's why
satisfy.
The city attorney is requesting an extension to get the values and areas clarified for dark blue, light blue, and yellow.
And in essence, it has pushed projects back, from my understanding. We approved that project back in February of this year. And so we had talked about moving forward with the public works facility during that time. So it does push it back. It does push it back because now you got to go back to the FAA to get those other releases done if you want to do anything on those properties. Get those land releases. The
No,
values got to add up.
No, that is not accurate. It was already used as warehouse industrial space. Nothing about that has changed. All we are waiting on, it has the pushback in terms of delays has nothing to do with the FAA release. It has to do with the design for retrofitting that warehouse space, which we have not received those design plans back. It has nothing to do with any part of this transaction.
Okay, well, what has changed from what we was initially presented during the February time period for the building that was supposed to be constructed?
Can I help? I'll try.
Yes, yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so what's happening is that brownish area, that cell happened, was completed. There's one aspect of that cell that is not being reflected yet to FAA as completed. And now I understand because I've been meeting with them extensively the past 5-6 days, 2 weeks, almost every other day. The problem is there's an internal transaction that needs to occur. And we're in the midst of it, and it's between the city of Palatka and the airport. What the city has to do is show FAA that we did compensate the airport for that 169,000, which is that brownish area. So that's what they're asking us for, the documentation to evidence that the city paid or at least assumed the responsibility to pay the 169,000. That's step one. The other thing that they're waiting on from us, which we're in the midst of taking care of this, is that the exchange that, okay, so let's go to the dark blue. The dark blue sale is completed. It was for 1,624,000 complete. There is an issue there. Okay, the sale is completely done. We're at the spot now with the bid, the person, the entity that won the bid. They were to release to us the design bill, and we're having problems with that. That's what we're almost to the point of legal. That's what's going on, okay? And that's with that dark blue section. So I confirmed that we own that building straight up, okay? However, for us to start doing the final part of having Public Works move in, which is the remaining 1.3 million, we really need the design bill plans, which we are in the midst of trying to secure. Then we can start the actual construction to finish the renovation for the building that's already sitting there that belongs to the city in the dark blue. So that's the second thing. Now here's the third part, and then this is it. The yellow one, to complete that swap, the yellow and the light blue, there is another transaction that FAA is asking, and they want to, there's an increase to the airport. The airport has to receive another payment from the city, and that's 71,000. When you add that 169,000 and the 71,000, the city, this is internal, needs to reflect that it understands that it has received, that it owes the airport for the land that has now been exchanged between the city and the airport. So that's what's impacting FAA providing us our final approval. But it took all this effort, you know, to finally get to the end of it in the meetings that we've had recently. And so now we're finally at the moment of understanding, and we will start, we're trying to get all that done. Did I say it right?
Yes,
I
yes.
didn't miss anything because I made sure and studied.
So there's another piece of property that is not labeled with a color. And you're talking about swapping, then Mr. Nations want that? Or who owns that? Let me ask that question first.
The light yellow.
Adjacent to the yellow, adjacent to that runway,
Okay.
there's a piece of property that's not labeled, it's not colored.
The blank, is that the blank there, Commissioner, right there? The area right there? That's not.
That area is airport and
Airport.
will remain airport.
The stuff in gray is already airport, will remain airport. The
So-
stuff in uncolored.
So, and so the light blue is Mr. Nation,
At the moment, yes, sir.
and so what are we swapping against? Yes.
The yellow, right?
The yellow.
Yeah.
Why?
It's a lot of yellow, which,
Both yellows.
yeah, it's a yellow that's on the right side of that blue, and it's a yellow down in the lower part, yes. So what are we swapping?
All of the yellow.
Of the yellow.
Why would we swap a piece of property that will have a building that we own that's totally connected, that could be used for other things, and purchase and swap it for a piece of land that's completely out of pocket?
Oh. Who, the building?
Can
in the
legal,
yellow,
can legal
isn't it?
answer that?
The blue building is not being swapped. The blue building is already.
I got that. We own
We
it.
already got.
We own.
So I'm talking about the yellow and the teal. Why would we swap yellow, which is city owned,
Right.
for teal?
That is a non-aeronautical use right now on the master plan for the airport. Whereas my understanding, and Andrew, you could correct me if I'm wrong, my understanding is the teal would square up the airport's ownership, and that would be aeronautical use for the airport, which is more valuable for any intended expansion of the airport. The non-aeronautical use does not serve that same function under FAA guidelines.
Which is the yellow, the
Correct.
non-aeronautical.
Right, that's non-aeronautical.
Are we able to hear from the airport manager at all on this?
Oh, we're going to, he's coming up.
Oh, okay,
Was
thank you.
deal.
I was just letting Mr. Palatka finish.
Good evening.
Okay.
So, question. You have the question, or should I respond to the question you just asked about
Like,
the?
yeah, what's the value? Like, explain to us what's going on, the squaring off, the impact, the value it'll have. And then
So, from the airport manager's perspective, as I go back to the previous, I think when this was first presented to your body, I looked at it from an operational standpoint. So currently, there's a section of property here on the, say, the bottom, which is the light blue, adjacent to existing airport property. This is a benefit to us. I will admit that. This is right there on the approach end of 3-5. And there are no operational impacts that I see in acquiring this property here, or it becoming an airport property. In terms of your question about why would you do it, that's really, I think this was probably more of a non-aeronautical driven project. As I stated, some of this kind of predates myself, and there's a lot of history to it. We have the primary, which was the first release that was conducted back in 2023. This is another step, and I guess trying to clean up the sporadic layouts of properties over in that general area. But operationally, we can include that block into our update in our master plan. And, this location here, obviously I have some sensitivities to it due to access. It cannot access the property, our airport property from this. And And that's typical with most industrial parks that are adjacent to airports. You know, we cannot have this having access to the airport, and they have to understand that.
So what would be the benefit? I mean, you say it's not a benefit to the airport or airport initiative.
The blue area is a benefit.
Right.
Because again, it's adjacent to a current airport-owned property, and that 12 additional acres there could possibly support some type of corporate hangar development using a taxiway off of 3-5 there,
Right.
which is the bottom.
I was just talking about the
yellow-
yellow piece.
You know, sir, to be frank with you, it was airport property back in the days. The city decided to mothball it, you know, put it in some type of disservice. So the airport is not looking to develop that area for aeronautical purposes, to be frank with you. And that's shown in our existing master plan, and it would be shown in our updated master plan, you know, and I'm speaking of the yellow. Okay, so our development is on the west side and it's on the south, I think southwest, coming down Upper Moody Road.
Yeah, I'm just trying to understand, well, we don't need the yellow. That's what I'm understanding, that we don't even need, why would the city want that to just have if we're not gonna be doing any development piece or using it as airport runway? I'm not a fan of it.
Well, I, just candidly speaking, and this is a question, and I know this predates most of you all, well, all of you all. However, how much say has the Airport Advisory Board had in this transaction? I ask that because I've spoken to a few of the board members who have some questions with regards or not in support of this transaction. And so I'm a tad bit concerned how we can go all of these years doing all of these things, and the board that advises has questions, concerns about the transactions and how we got to this point. So again, these are conversations that I've had most recently, one as of last night with one of our board members for that advisory board. And if we remember our last meeting, our airport manager also stated that he had no say in this. And I'm a tad bit concerned as to how we got here. I see the time things, I see all of that, but I'm a tad more concerned simply because we have members that's a part of our advisory board at the airport who are not in support of this, who wants us to hold off and really take in consideration before we move forward with this land swap.
Yes, I spoke with somebody on the advisory board who's not with that too. And again, and the airport manager was not part of a lot of that until just recently. So all of these things just bring angst to or issues and concerns that I have with this, and we need to get this figured out. We just need to get that figured out. If we got some property up there that the city could end up with, that we're not gonna do anything with at an airport, and that's wasted money, in my opinion, sunk costs.
So the direction from the commission is that they take this back over to the airport advisory board, right?
Absolutely.
They weren't part of it from the onset.
From the get,
So now we want to loop them in, and now we're looping the airport manager in, and probably looping Mr. Halesko in. This is a major fiasco, and I can't see the city engaging in anything of a sort that we don't have. It won't be an asset to the city
So
or the
just-
airport.
Just for clarification, I sit in on all the airport advisory board meetings, and this matter was fully discussed with the airport advisory board about a year
I
ago.
got some email.
No.
So can I get some direction, because we are under a contractual obligation, so I can.
I got it, but we're not gonna be rushed.
Absolutely not. And that's why we've been able to secure extension after extension.
So allow us, we have the extension.
Correct.
Again, I would prefer that we again bring our board back in to make sure as we move forward, we have their desire, because again, with those who I've talked about, they are not in support of this. And what I'm hearing, even though you said in the meetings, I'm hearing something different. But again, the advisory board members that I've spoken to stated that they are not in support of this transaction. And again, I would like to have a recommendation from them
Thank you.
with regards to
Thank you.
if we should move forward in making sure that we have making sure that we have some say from our airport manager with regards to this.
Thank you for guidance.
And how many extensions have we had? And when is the extension deadline for this again?
The most recent extension was just secured a few weeks ago, and it goes through March 15th, 2025. I believe that's the third extension.
Thank you.
And if there needs to be a workshop that we need to have jointly with that advisory board, I would strongly suggest that we have that as well.
That was gonna be my next request.
It's in the works already. I had a text communication. I'm forwarding it to city manager now to where, but in my communication, I said that I told an individual, I thanked them for reaching out. Said, find it very interesting. Would you be open to presenting this to the full commission so that we can ensure everyone is aligned on any potential issues or concerns that we have? And that was communication from last night at 9:16 p.m.
And you received that, you said, to the city manager?
I got that from a board member.
And you forwarded that?
I got the original concern. I haven't seen anything to the city manager.
Okay,
to
I
this
just
point.
thought you said,
But
okay.
I wanted to raise this in this meeting. So that
Good.
it's publicly noticed.
Thank you.
And now I will forward this communication over so that everybody have it. And I wanted them to make sure that the full body of the commission was aware
Thank you so much.
of these issues and concerns.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Updates, interim.
ma'am.
Do you have something else, Miss?
So, yes, ma'am.
I'll ask.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Interim city manager verbal report.
Yes, ma'am. I would like to start, Madam Mayor. Ms. Sunny, can you do that video, please? If it's okay?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay, well, I'll start talking. Anyway, until she pulls, oh, you got it. So we're letting you know, giving you an update with the lead project that, remember, like 3 weeks ago, we started.
So basically what we're.
And we have now actually completed, as of today, 2,376 meter verifications. Our team, which are primarily from the city, they have completed all of that under the leadership of Mr. Ben. Now you can do it.
We're doing is we have to pull the lids of the meter boxes off and inspect our service line and the customers in for the connections for lead. So if you see coming in on the service side, it's a blue poly, which is a plastic, so no lead. And you can dig over to where the customer service line is, and they have PVC. If the guys can't get to it in the meter box, then we dig on either side of it carefully so that we don't bust any lines. We've had minimal damage, so that's good. But the real stars are these guys, man. They do all the work. All we do is record the information. I think we're up to, I want to say right below 2,200 meters already, and in 3 weeks. So we're well ahead of schedule, and things have been running smooth. I give all the credit to all these guys, man. They have killed it.
We've been busting our behind, taking care of customers, making sure ain't no lead in the pipes, doing a great job. Thanks to the city, making sure all the customers getting what they need.
So ideally, when we're done, the meter box looks like we were never here. So everybody's yards are undisturbed, and everything is as we found it, safe and sound.
Avery Hunter, for giving us a chance to put money in our pocket for the holidays. the city of Palatka, the mayor, Miss Virginia. I want to say thank you also for giving us a shot and opportunity.
Thank y'all very much.
All right.
Well, the game plan is, Mr. Ben, he was the one that started cleaning in this place. Come on, Mr. Ben, just say hi. And, he was given an opportunity to lead. He taught, taught the team. And these are people, from the city that have never worked for us. And you remember what the plan was, to get a crew from the city and go out there and help our city meet their deadline. And really, we just want to say thank you to Mr. Ben for his leadership.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If I can take a second here, it's not thanks to me, it's thanks to the guys we brought in. I have never seen complete strangers gel together so quickly and work together so well. We have had zero instances of anybody not getting along. It really is a testament to the city of Palatka.
Yes.
Come in and work together so well, so quickly.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ben.
Thank you.
Okay, and then Commissioner Worm did request that we add the alphabet A to our mission vision. We have done that. Accountability. The speed bumps have been placed at Gary and Hudson, and the river wall, I'm just giving some quick ones. River wall, we believe that a survey is needed. However, we do have a survey that shows that the city is the owner of that particular area. So we would want to go ahead and move forward and get the design bill and engineer study done so we can move forward with it. We already talked about the public works. The investigations are ongoing. One of them will be actually completed next week, and you all will receive a final report next week. And the referrals were made as the lawyer said he would do. And I think that's enough for my update. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any
Oh,
questions?
wait, one more. Sorry, I'm sorry. City, the city employees, we are going out on tomorrow. You go ahead and say it.
Sure. This is a continuation of the team building event that we had at Topgolf. This is a team building event in our backyard where city employees and hopefully city commissioners will join us at Jenkins at 10 o'clock in the morning. We are going to be cleaning up several targeted areas of the city, and then a lunch will be provided at noon at Jenkins by Heart and Soul, and we hope to see you all there.
Question.
Go ahead.
So as you mentioned team building, I know we had reached out and we agreed that we wanted to do a team building exercise with all leadership and commissioners. Where are we on that? Have we put our FP out for that or what? Where are we with that? Is this an alternative?
We did start that process as you had asked, and we looked back at the individuals or firms that had applied initially. And so there was a reaching out to them. I will follow up, to find out exactly where we are. So we did start it. Because what we were going to do was just go back to the ones that had applied, not utilizing the one we had already used. We were looking at using the others.
Yeah.
One of the others.
We'd definitely like to follow up on that, and I think that's much needed considering, where we are as far as the state of the city.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you.
And we also took your guidance with us ourselves doing activities. So that's what you see for tomorrow.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Any other questions? Ms. Connie? Okay, we're going to open the floor to public comments. Please limit your comments to 3 minutes and give your city or town of residence with your name. Please be polite and respectful.
We're missing, we skipped number.
Skip the
I skipped-
entire segment.
Oh, we did. Update city manager search. I am sorry. I checked that block too soon. Go ahead. Ms. Jones?
Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor, Commissioners, just to update you on the process. from our October 24th meeting where you all adopted the phase approach for the city manager search to proceed. Phase one, we went out and that's the way we was creating the brochure that I gave you, you all to review that would be given to any candidate that applies. So we're currently now in November, which started phase two of the placing the ads. The ads have been placed. So we have placed the ads on the Florida League of Cities, ICMA, FCCMA, the city website, and LinkedIn. So that's where the ads are currently placed. I did was able to get a senior advisor, Mr. Jim Hanson. I'm not sure if he is on to introduce him. He said he had another meeting that may run past, so he may not have been able just to introduce him, where I can have a contact and a resource that I can go to and get advice as to the process and how it's been done and keep it strictly in HR. So he was willing to step in. Anything I send him, the brochure, he found areas that he said I needed to correct and make it more suitable for the candidates to be able to understand by putting salary in it and just different things that wasn't oversight before. So he gave me all of those directions in that. He has been a great help in that. He did suggest, I know originally, and I did update that on the Senate, a search outline in the thing that we were going to put it in the newspapers. His recommendation is he has never seen any good outcome. That's going to be a waste of money to put it in the newspapers for a city manager. You would just be wasting the funds. The idea, he said, by putting it on ICMA was going to get the biggest result. Say, because that weekly brochure goes out to about 10,000 desks every week. So that was his recommendation for us. He did give me a contact at the Florida League of Cities to reach out to get the current city manager salaries for North State Florida. Say that's not something that's published, but he did give me Ms. Holly's number to reach out to her and to be able to communicate with her. So we'll have an outline of the salaries as they're standing in 2024 for city managers, so we can kind of structure that around when we get to that place in hiring a city manager. From that, in a brochure that was also uploaded, that's a biography of Mr. Hanson as well. I also uploaded the Florida City Manager search brochure into there for you all to review. And within this application, it did have a contract that had already been reviewed by a labor attorney. So it's a very good contract to look over, and it may be something we may want to adopt and utilize. So that was for your review as well. All of this information was uploaded into the thing. So right now we are on schedule. The ads in all of the proposed avenues will run to December the 31st, and then we will move to phase 3.
I have a question.
Go ahead,
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Jones.
So I know sometimes I forget things, but I do remember we said that phase 2, that second portion of forming the community advisory group.
Okay, that on there is scratched.
Well, on here.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So it wasn't updated on here.
Oh, okay.
So that's number one. And secondly, I do like the idea of having an advisor, but I think, them saying not to put that advertisement in the newspaper, I think the newspaper is beneficial. It's a resource, job board, and we're not using other job boards like, I haven't seen it, and maybe we won't find anybody through WorkSource or CareerSource, but those are avenues, and that's what people uses those places looking for jobs. So I know we're looking for a specific skill set.
Okay.
However, when people are looking for a job, you never know. Some people have to dummy down their resume sometime, and they may not be looking for those particular jobs, but they can find them if they're in these other job boards. So I recommend that we look
In
and
the
post it
newspapers?
yes, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
So it's not gonna hurt us.
No, it will not. So I will, I was just trying to get the advice of an expert, somebody that I could go to that had already been through this process, knew the avenues of where to post and where the best results was coming from. And so that was, the advice, but I will be more than willing to post.
It's additional. It's an addition to, I didn't say don't do what he says, but I said in
Yeah.
addition to that, I think we're all on board with
Okay.
using those jobs.
Yeah, because all the other avenues were already listed. It was just the newspapers that, I think he recommended didn't give us he has not seen it to give a big, forthcoming bunch of candidates. But if it's the desire of the commission, I will post it in the newspapers that were listed.
We're talking about the Palatka Daily News.
No.
No,
we're
no,
talking
sir.
about bigger news media.
No, sir.
News media.
It was actually Jacksonville, Orlando, and Tallahassee.
Yeah. And like LinkedIn, I didn't see that on here, but that doesn't mean you're not gonna use them, but those are other job boards that I
You're
feel
using
like you should-
LinkedIn, I think.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right.
LinkedIn was one of the ones that he did recommend that wasn't originally on the
List.
outline.
What
Yes.
did you say?
LinkedIn.
LinkedIn.
Okay.
So I will put them tomorrow. I will send out advertisements to Tallahassee, Orlando, and Jacksonville newspapers, and I will run them to December 31st.
Thank you. Any other questions of Ms. Jones? About this topic? Okay, thank you. Now I'm going to open up public comments. Please limit your comments to 3 minutes and give the town or city of your residence. Please be respectful and we're waiting for you. Mr. Bell. Troy Bell. Go ahead. Yes, please.
The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not.
Excuse me, before you really go, could you give us your name and city and town of residence? Thank you.
Sure. My name is Troy Bell, as you mentioned, and I am in Palatka, Florida.
Thank you.
Okay. The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. I think the time has come, as best I can, to set some things straight. I have stood by relatively quietly while I have been trashed and my reputation has been decimated because I trust. I trust that my role as a manager is to manage, not get caught up in the shenanigans of misinformed and misdirected news articles, or who wants to be a manager to unprofessionally discuss personal matters. I am not that type of manager. Because I trust in the process, because I have said to members of the community, and this commission that I trust you, and because I trust in God, I can trust that He will preserve me if I trust in others. When others go low, we must go high, because as for me and my family, I will follow the Lord, and we will follow the Lord. I am and have been devoted to this community, my community, since I arrived here in unprecedented fashion and started work the next day. I am devoted because this is the way that I manage and the type of manager that I am. One of the greatest compliments that I received from a resident as I was leaving the city of Charlotte, Michigan, that is, was that she appreciated me and my commitment to her community as the interim manager because she could see that this wasn't just a job for me. It is and has always been a way of life for me. Public service is a way of life. A good manager should not only be smart, but also devoted. Devotion comes at a cost, and that devotion should not be taken lightly. It does come at a cost, and it means that you have to be ready to do what is right because it's the right thing to do. Smart and devoted can coexist, but when they intersect in conflict, a good manager has to be prepared to do what is right, even when it may be at personal risk. When others go low, we must go high. Some encouraged me when the probation was completed to leverage the portion of my contract that allowed me to leave without cause within 90 days of an election. Given the relentless efforts to fire me and to thus make good on the comments that I wasn't wanted as the city manager from day one, And that the interest was to have the assistant city manager as the manager. I could have left at that time, but I did not.
Could you please finish up? Apparently that was the closing notes.
Okay. Given the false narratives pushed by the newspaper that would have you falsely believe that I was a horrible person and a horrible manager, I would be able to leave the city with my reputation somewhat intact and with my severance paid for. That would be a smart move. That would be a tactical move, but it would betray the oath that I have given to those who have come to believe in me as a person and those who know and understand that I have devoted myself to the community. Even today, some have said or expected that I would just leave, but that this is not who I am. How long am I over?
You're over.
Okay.
Yeah, you're over.
So I will go ahead and I'm going to make this available to
Okay, thank
the
you.
commission. And wrap this up and just say, there are a number of things that have not been dealt with in the public environment, simply because I, as a manager, don't feel it's appropriate to discuss certain things in a public environment. But I will provide this to you.
Thank you.
And I think there are other people here that would like to speak. And if we can share time, that would be great. If not, let them
Yeah,
speak.
no, it's somebody else's turn, but thank you.
Okay.
Shelley Shanker?
Good evening. My name is Shelley Shanker and I live in East Palatka, Florida. My first question is to you, Madam Mayor. Am I able to bequeath my 3 minutes to another speaker?
No.
Then I will read the commentary. This is a continuation of Mr. Bell's commentary. The typical difference between an in-house attorney and the professional services attorney is that in-house counsel is incentivized to say no, because it's easier to keep one's job security when your advice is always safe. And whereas a professional services counsel is incentivized to help figure out how to make it happen and how something can be done. Anyone who was at the staff meeting knows I posted a question open-endedly, how do we handle this? What do we do when we have a negotiated contract for $75,000 that must go to the commission for approval and the vendor is backing out because they can't wait until the 12th? After much conversation, and the proposal was to renew the existing contract and terms as it is indicated in the contract under renewal terms already approved by the commission. When asked if the city manager has the authority within policy to do that without going to commission, the answer was given to Mr. Bell, yes. The contract that was used for renewal was given to him via email by staff. As someone new to the city, I relied upon the legal opinion of staff to execute the transaction. The flip-flop of staff on this issue unfortunately occurred after the transaction was completed. The safe thing to do, given the false attacks of the press and media, would have been to say no and lose the vendor. But sometimes the safe thing is not the right thing to do. I was hired to be afraid of false press. I was not hired to be afraid of false press and the mayor's overwhelming desire to terminate me. Not my words. I was hired to stand in the gap and do the right thing, even when doing the right thing may be hard and not convenient. The right thing within the limits of the policy here appeared to be to renew the existing contract and to preserve the vendor requirement to perform, but give the commission the opportunity to weigh in on moving forward with the vendor, amending the vendor, or terminating the vendor and receiving a refund. If no contract was renewed, then the vendor refused to move forward with the event. But instead it was renewed, which created the possibility for the contract to be considered and ultimately unanimously reaffirmed by the commission. You want me to keep finishing?
Excuse me.
Am I over 3?
You got about 3, and you've got less now, 3.
I think you should be completely heard. So, and it
Well-
should be on public record.
Except that, okay, thank you, thank you. David Minor? Give your name and town and city of residence, please.
Good evening, David Minor, Palatka, Florida, own property here in town. Okay, so this thing about the mayor and other positions that I've seen the city do so many things in lack of so many things. I see there's so many cities that progress in things, but this city doesn't. I've watched them, I've seen them do backwards things. You gotta get a mayor that's qualified. You also need besides the mayor, you need an advocate for the taxpayers. So you have an advocate that you can call about, you think, I've called, reported about things, holes in the sidewalk, curbs that are, trip hazards, bolts in the sidewalk where a trash can used to sit and people trip on them. Just little things like that. So you need an advocate for that. I really like to see somebody get the job that's qualified, not because you like them, not because whatever, but
Excuse me, which job you're speaking of?
Manager, but you need more than manager. You need manager, an advocate. And talking about paying things, failing and grants and stuff. When I redid the 200 block, the west side of the 200 block, I applied for 2 grants. Okay, one was supposed to be $30,000, one was supposed to be $17,000. I spent $450,000 on that building, on the renovations. Okay, then what they did is they said, oh, well, we spent the money somewhere else. I asked them and said, you ever heard of commingling of funds or misappropriation funds? That will get their attention pretty quick. And they paid the $30,000, but they never paid the 17. So don't tell these taxpayers about grants and stuff that they'll do for their house and then fail to do it because they spent money somewhere else. Y'all really need to tighten up and do things right. There's a thing that's called ethics. I know that's not heard of in Palatka, okay? But we ought to change that and actually do things. That's all I got to say.
Thank you. Henry Montgomery.
Well, I'm gonna start off a little bit different. I'm not here to bash you like the rest of them here. So we're gonna be a little different. I'm Henry Montgomery. I actually own the bait shop right down the street here. I just wanted to come in and introduce myself because most of you guys don't know who I am. Most of you don't know there's a bait shop here in town now since Messer closed. And down at the riverfront, it's a little different since I've been there 6 months. I've seen the transformation from when I had the riffraff hanging out to where it's now clean, where it's welcoming people, inviting to come and take walks. We open up at 6 o'clock in the morning. It is dark out. My wife comes in at 6 and she's not afraid to come in there. I have another employee that's a female. She comes in at 6 o'clock in the morning. It's dark out. They're not afraid any longer. I have walkers. They walk. They're not afraid any longer because it's clean. And I'm here to say thank you. That's what I'm here to say. I'm saying thank you for all your help. Chief, thank you. Every time we call, you're there. You have somebody come, I'm very thankful. Ben used to run it down there. I used to call Ben if we had any problems. Again, I'm just here to say thank you. You guys are doing a great job. Just keep it up. If you have any questions about what's going on, feel free to reach out to me. Sorry about the Alachua County stuff right here, but that's what I want. I'm IT in case you need some help.
Thank you.
So that's what I'm here for. And I do have a couple suggestions. I run out of time. I know at the riverfront, my business is fishing. Tournaments is where we make our money. That's where the bait and tackle. With this weekend, we have 2 tournaments going out. One is supposed to bring in 60, the other one's supposed to bring in another 20 to 30 boats. But there's a conflict there because we didn't know that was going on. Nobody tells me. And that's not good. We need to communicate somehow to say, hey, you got a tournament going on. What can we do to make it better?
I think.
Well, we gotta wait until we'll get back to comments, but maybe it could be answered then. Thank
Take
you.
that, Rob.
Well, we'll wait and we'll give you some responses when we get through all the public comments. Thank
Yes,
you.
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Clark, Tavares Clark.
How you doing, man? I know you're tired of seeing.
Good.
Oh, I got a question. You told me that, the BTR, the affidavit, the dude signed, filled out the other BTR. It's the same handwriting again. Now y'all saying that he checked the check box. Y'all say I was out that business 12/31/2022. I had a fire inspection February the 22nd, 2023. It's good, this getting aggravating. Y'all committed fraud. This business is ran illegal. It ain't got no state ID number on it. Ain't got no EIN number. The dude from Georgia, he ain't got commerce with the state of Florida. So how is he able to get it? I want to know where my money went at. I had $10,000 I paid for a BTR. Y'all expunged it without my knowledge. Y'all accepted money for a business that ain't even legal. Where is money going at? Y'all knowing y'all committed fraud. I went to jail behind it. It's too much. Y'all saying I was out the business, so how can I have a fire inspection 60 days after y'all say I was out the business? You knowing that business was open. Chief Shaw knowing that business was open. Matt Newcomb knowing that business was open. I like all y'all to resign because y'all like. Y'all ain't to be trusted. And the paperwork showing somebody lying, it ain't me. You call the fire chief up here. He do fire inspections on businesses that's not open. I don't think it's fair. I think you need to resign. Can you agree with the city attorney? You figure you the one put the business as illegal. You went on the old water bill and got Gold Rush 1 on it. Is it such thing as Gold Rush 1? It's an illegal business and y'all knew it was illegal. Running for a year and a half.
You have to, yes, well, talk to us.
So do y'all think it's fair?
And we don't answer or respond.
Or-
This is time for public comment.
Yeah, I guess our freedom really ain't free.
Constance Daniels?
Good evening. I'm Constance Daniels. I reside here in Palatka, Florida. Commissioners Borum and McCaskill, it is commendable that you all highly recommend the plaques for the veterans, but so much more is needed. I am a member of the American Legion Auxiliary Burt Hodge 45, and I participated in 2 parades, the Memorial Day Parade and the Veterans Day Parade. What the veterans want, those plaques are nice, but what they want is tangible, visible participation. This is not what I've heard, this is what they've said. What that means is they'd like to see more participation from the community and the commission. My commander said that this last parade. They are disheartened that they've served our country. They love their community, but they don't see any appreciation, any tangible. Those plaques are nice, but to come out and see everyone out applauding them and thanking them and giving them an opportunity to thank you is what they are asking for. So I'd ask that the commission consider having a float in the parade. And at the conclusion of the parade, which is very short, from the post office to the riverfront, at the conclusion of the parade, there's always a ceremony. Stay, hear what they have to say. And as a means of appreciation and thank yous, they feed the community in its entirety at our lodge to say thank you. I was asked and tasked with the responsibility of asking for more participation, so I'm doing it today. Thank you.
Thank you. Damn deputy.
Sam Deputy, 623 St. John's Avenue. I've come before you to say thank you. I want to, for Boo on the Avenue, thank you, Mr. Eddie, wherever you are. Thank you for the changes that he recommended. They worked like a charm, and I want to thank Commissioner McCaskill and Mayor Robbie for stepping in and helping us fund those changes at the last minute. We ourselves ran out at 1,600 children at our location, and then you throw in the parents and grandparents. So we had over 3,000 attendees at least. It was wonderful to see the young blood downtown. And that goes from 0 to 6th grade with our event there. So thank you for that. And I also want to thank Mayor Robbie for your help with the Christmas parade in the previous year. Thank you for that.
Thank you. Dave Oyster. Please give your city or town of residence.
Palatka. My understanding, and this is in regards to the city manager's position. It's my understanding that the starting salary for that was going to be $187,000. I hope that's incorrect. I kind of find that deplorable. I mean, the governor for the state of Florida only makes $147,000. Our population back in 2000 was 10,209. Now it's 10,814, a difference 600 people. The city, I don't see where it's growing. I mean, besides a few new restaurants, just fast food restaurants, this town hasn't grown anywhere in the last 40 years. I used to be an employee here. I was with the police department for 30 years and the sheriff's office for 10 years. So I've seen a lot that's gone on. I think the salary for that position needs to be brought down significantly. Otherwise, I think it's just reckless. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Canty, and Ms. Thank you. Can we hold the applause, so please? Ms. Canty, and you, it was about opera, and that was my oversight, but if you want to come up, please, and give your name. You can, no, come on up, please.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, and to the commissioners. My name is Beverly Canty. I am resides in the city of Palatka. That's my glass. I'm sorry. I come as a representative for the Heart of Putnam Palatka Christian Service Center on the behalf of Sheila McCoy. She became ill. She was supposed to be here tonight. So I would like to just represent a proposal for the ARP, if that is permissible at this time.
Proposal for the ARPA monies? Okay.
Yes.
Well, please give your proposal and we'll talk, we can.
Okay. The Heart of Putnam is requesting to be considered to receive $30,000 on offer through the city, of Palatka Opera funds to be used to provide service to the Putnam County residents that is in need. The funding is to be used for various services such as utilities, rental assistance, food stamp assistance, clothing and food assistance, as well as vetting services and other services as needed. Because of our many years of successful service to the community, we feel that we are equipped to manage the grant if we are awarded it. We are not a government funded agency. Our funds come from personal donors, businesses, churches, and a few grants. We also have a future plan to where we offer life coaching classes to promote self-sufficiency, to enhance clients' abilities to be reliant on their own ability and resources to provide. We also would like to give a brief history of the Heart of Putnam, because even with us being located here, many people still do not know what we do there. A little history about it. We moved to 820 Reed Street in May of 2007, forming the Heart of Putnam Service Center, a one-stop service center for those in need. Organized in 1992 by the Greater Palatka Ministerial Association, now celebrating over 30 years of service to the community. We relocated to 2600 Peter Street, where we now presently reside, in 2015 due to the decline in donations. Our mission and belief is giving a hand up, not a handout. And so the services that we provide through providing in-house or through referrals, basic needs for food and clothing, financial needs, medical assistance, employment needs, elder and emergency care, domestic violence assistance, as well as spiritual need and financial need. And we would thank you for any consideration that you may give.
Thank you. Would you be willing to give that information to the interim city manager, please?
I would, and I actually
Or
have
have
copies
okay.
for if any of the
Great.
commissioners would
Thank you.
like
That
that.
would, we appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, yes, thank you.
Is there anybody else here for public comments? Not included on the agenda. Yes, we have one more. Ms. Thomas.
Good evening to the commissioner. My name is Lolita Thomas, and I reside here in Palatka, Florida. Just wanted to come to you, and I've shared a presentation with you all, and just wanted to talk a little bit for the 3 minutes that I have about the Family Life Center and what we have to offer at the Family Life Center. I've heard that a lot of people are not aware of this facility. This facility is a large facility that has an indoor junior Olympic-sized pool. There has a basketball gym, as well as we allow skating. This facility is used by the public. We are in the planning stages for a Night to Shine, partnering with the Tim Tebow Foundation. That will be occurring on February the 9th. We also have partnerships with PAL, where we host a lot of our kids here in this community, offering mentoring. We have open basketball activities for our young adult men. They're sometimes in there from 9 to 11, enjoying themselves and just having a fun, good time with basketball. So we just I wanted you all to just know a little bit about this facility. And if anybody online or in here that have not toured the facility, let me know. I will share with you, I will give you a tour of all of the opportunities that we have there at the Family Life Center. So to the commission, as you all are also looking at your ARPA funds and the things that you would like to do, I do make a request that we get support, if we can, to be able to continue to offer these services, not only to our youth in the community, our young adults in the city, but we can, again, open it up to others that may benefit from the pool and those things. So again, I hope that you all will consider supporting us in all of these endeavors. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody here for public comment that is not an agenda item? That is, okay, come on, Ms. Kitchens, please. Ms. Kitchens?
Allegra Kitchens, 1027 South 12th Street, Palatka, Florida. A couple of things. First of all, instead of slinging mud at the Daily News, I would suggest that the former city manager hire a lawyer and sue them for a libel. I think that's what it's called when you print lies. So if it's a lie, he's got a legal case against him, sue him, quit slinging mud. Second thing is, I've known Sheila McCoy for years. I've been familiar with the Heart of Putnam for years. They're a very good group. They're a nonprofit. They help people. If somebody has a problem, can't pay their light bill or something, they help them, but they don't just give you money without checking your background to make sure that you're not some kind of a scammer or a robber or something like that. They make sure that you are what you say you are. Second, the Family Life Center started out very good. They do a lot of good stuff. My only concern at this point is that before you think about giving them ARPA funds, you make sure that they are no longer under contract to Mr. Colin Bingham and or Beck Sloan Properties, as they were about a year ago when they came and asked the city to repair their pool. And then Mr. Holmes brought out the fact that they were actually under a contract to sell the property and that the pool was going to be used as a community center for the project. If the Family Life Center is indeed for the community and is still owned by the church, then it's great. But if one of those developers is involved and this is going to be their community center, you need to investigate before you donate anything. If it works out okay, then I'd say donate to them. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else here for comments, public comment, not on non-agenda items? If it's on the agenda and you've submitted a card, when we get to that item, we'll call your name. Anybody here for items not included on the agenda for public comment? Seeing none, we'll close public comment. We'll move on to commission and staff response to any concerns or public comments raised.
I have a response.
Go ahead, please.
I would like to respond to Attorney Daniels with regards to the statement that was made. This is actually the first year that I was not able to participate in the Veterans Parade. You have not because you asked not. I searched high and low to make sure that there was no emailed communication to make sure that we were not invited to be a part of it, and I did not receive. The only thing that I received was the day of, which was a newspaper article that I had to look up to make sure that they were still having a Veterans Day parade. So again, in previous years, I've always participated, but again, if they want us to participate, only thing they have to do is simply access, and I'm quite sure we'll avail ourselves if we are available.
And I just want to say, I didn't participate in the parade or both days, but I was there and I did go to the service at the riverfront, and I always do every year. So I was there. Go ahead, Commissioner Boren.
And myself as well. I've always made every parade, and this was the first one I missed. You can check the record, but again, please do a little bit of research before you put that out on. That's my first time ever missing, so that's just for the record.
And if I may, that's
Yeah,
okay. And thank you for coming up, being a voice for them. And I share the same sentiments as them. I usually attend as well, and I missed it this time due to some health issues.
So I hear what you all are saying, but I think what my commander is saying is we'd like to see a collaborative. They don't necessarily know the commission as a commission.
They've come before us several times.
Okay, let's not go back and forth, please.
My commander said we would like to see more participation, not just because I'm saying that because Commissioner Warren and Commissioner McCaskill made the gesture regarding the plaques. What I'm saying is they long to have interaction with not just the commission. This wasn't directed just at the commission, it's directed at the community. There are probably more people in this room than were at the parade or very close to. They want to be honored and they like to honor. That's all I'm saying. It's not an attack or an aspersion as to the commission. What I am saying is my commander asked me and I'm sharing what the concerns are. They would like to have the community be a part of the parade. And so I understand that an invitation will be formal, but perhaps there can be something that makes it automatic. Every year, the commission can have a float in the parade or something like that. This is just food for thought.
So with that being said, was that the formal invitation that you just gave us? So we'll know. I mean, it would be great for them to come in because there are times that we didn't know what time, what location, and when they would have it. So it would be great. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Do we want, is there any response to any other public comments?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Commissioner Jones, rather.
To the bait and tackle guy, Eddie Cutright is our community affairs guy, and he should be able to give you any information on what's going on in the community. So, Mr. Cutright, at this point, we'll give you the direction. Make sure that anything going on the riverfront, you include him, please, sir. Thank you.
Commissioner Boren.
Okay, do we have where you sign up online for the notifications? Do we have anything as relates to tournaments and everything that's being published for us to approve here, like the events, the various events. Is there a way that they can do the notify me for those type things?
Well, I know, Peter, our PIO is putting something together for the calendar for our events and other code enforcement stuff. I don't know where he at on that stage, but we're actually trying to get that together. But what I did with the gentleman back here, we're gonna add him to our special event meeting. So he'll know when we have any kind of tournaments, any kind of events in the city. So he'll have a lot more knowledge of what's coming up. Now, as far as some of the pop-up bad little tournaments we have in here, we don't really have a lot of knowledge of that until the next day when they pop up and show up. And most of those are 40 or less anglers or boats that come through the city of Palatka. But major events, we do gauge, and we do have a special event team that vet those, and we'll make sure he's engaged with that.
How do we have somebody pop up and do it?
These boats tournaments, they come in every weekend. Little small 20 boats will pop up and they'll just do little things. As long as they don't do anything on the city property, we can't control the boat that's for us.
And to, I think, for new businesses and different things of that nature, we can kind of have a welcoming packet to kind of share with them a little bit about our different little events and other things that the city offer. That'll be kind of great to at least have that available.
Right, we will do more with the website.
Yeah.
So that there's also welcoming and a calendar.
Yeah.
And we'll start encouraging, hopefully with the website, that everyone can
Right.
input their information. So as a city, we can know more.
Yeah,
Participate more.
Well, I certainly appreciate it.
Any additional comments, responses? Thank you. Moving on to the consent agenda, are there any items to be removed from the consent agenda?
I'd like to pull item S,
I'm
Bless
sorry, could you say that again?
S as in Sam.
Okay, so somebody sneezed at the
Uh,
same time.
K as in kilo.
Anything else? Commissioner Jones, anything else?
Mo-
Move before he says something.
Okay, motion to accept consent items, agenda items A through U with the exception of K and S.
Thank you. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second.
Motion is second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Thank you. Ms. Krantz, K.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Item K is resolution number 2024 R240. A resolution of the city of Palatka authorizing a donation to the Animal Rescue Consortium, authorizing a fiscal year 2024-25 budget transfer, providing for scrivener's errors and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. Is there anybody here?
Yeah.
Okay. Would you like to come up? What questions do we have? Go ahead. Miss Cotty, where you want to go?
No, I'll go ahead and let her go.
Come on up.
It's okay.
Please give us your name.
Virginia Delgado Oakwood. I am the president of ARC Animal Rescue.
Thank you. Commissioner Borrow?
Well, my only question was the fact that, did the county withdraw their funds that they were supposed to have been?
No, sir.
So did they approve?
Yes, sir.
Cause I know I saw something in the newspaper where they withdrew it, and then I guess if they awarded it, then
Yes.
I just had a question around that. Supported the program, but the only other thing I have is not for you, but for our staff to look at, we said that we didn't want to take that out of ARPA because we had a line item for our animal control, which had $40,000 in there. We're supposed to take it from that instead of taking in the ARPA fund.
Yes, sir. We'll correct the resolution as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good catch.
That's all I had. I just wanted to understand what I thought I read.
Okay, I just want to make sure that it is approved.
It is. yes.
All right, thank you.
Thank
Yes,
Thank
I
you
mean,
very much.
that's the only question I have.
All right, I
Thank you.
appreciate it.
Thank you. Is there anybody here for public comment on this particular item?
Good catch, Commissioner.
Seeing none, we'll close public comment on that. Ms. Krantz, S.
So sorry, was there a motion and vote on
Oh,
that?
I'm sorry. Do we have a motion to approve?
Motion to approve
With the correction.
Motion approved with the correction.
with the correction of the, fund,
general ledger, the
with the
funding.
general ledger line item.
Second.
We have a motion, a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Thank you. S.
I pulled S because the applicant is here and I would like for her to speak to that item. It wasn't anything bad.
Okay, but can we read it? Ms. Grants, please read the resolution first. I'm gonna read the resolution first.
Thank you
I
so
know
much.
you practice in the mirror, but you ain't gotta talk.
Thank you so much. This is item S, so that's resolution number 2024 R217. A resolution of the city of Palatka, Florida, granting a special events permit to Blue Crab Productions for Old Year's Day, setting forth the provisions of the permit and granting permission for road closures and providing for scrivener's errors.
Thank you.
Coming to the stage, Ms. Erin Hughes.
Okay.
What is your question, Commissioner
I
Campbell?
wanted her to elaborate.
Okay, on the event.
Yes, Madam Mayor, Commissioners, I am proud, elated to bring this item to you guys. I've met with your special events team and it's super exciting to have this before you. Something that is new to Palatka that we are applying for is for our drone light show. This is the first time that your special events team has processed such a thing. So for our Old Year's Day, it is going to be our highlight at the end of the evening to ring in the new year. So we are very, very excited to introduce that to our community and highlight some of the things about our community within that drone show. Also about the event, will be community, family friendly throughout the day. We will have vendors, kids zone, and even a balloon drop for kids at a respectable hour. We understand that they don't want to stay up until midnight. So we do hope to come back and offer you a partnership at a future meeting. But today I just wanted to elaborate and show basically that this is somewhat of a historical thing. I can't recall the last time a New Year's Eve event has been held. And the fact that we are working on getting the drone show squared away and that catalog showing for you guys set up. So super excited and very pleased to bring that for you.
Thank you. I'm excited about the drone show personally.
Yes, yes, eco-friendly, no loud bangs, that late at night.
Dog will be happy, veterans. will
Super
be
thrilled.
happy,
Yes, ma'am.
Divergent people.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Do we have a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion is second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposition? Thank you.
Yes,
We're
we
going
can
to-
recess.
We're going to take, yes, give me a minute. We're going to take a recess for 10 minutes, please. Krantz, adopt resolution 2024 R206.
206, thank you so much, Madam Mayor. This is a resolution of the city of Palatka authorizing the city's youth ambassadors to hold a canned food drive for their community service project for the 2024-25 school year, accepting donations for non-perishable food items and providing for scriptures errors. And they do have a presentation I'll bring up. for you.
Okay, thank you. Is it on?
Hello, my name is Ryan Elise, and I'm here on behalf of the City of Palatka Youth Ambassadors. Here are the other ambassadors. Hello, my name is Ajar.
Hello, my name is Keelan.
And hello, my name is Annabelle Lamb. So today, we're gonna get started with the next slide. We are presenting our Youth Ambassadors Community Service Project. So for our community service project, we have selected a food drive, and we will be collecting non-perishable food to donate to local nonprofit organizations.
So what we'll be doing with these donations? Well, these donations will help us support the mission of Feed the Need, which of course is to help people who are financially challenged and getting food. Of course, with this food, we are willing to follow Feed the Need guidelines to any foods that they are accepting each month. And to actually get these donations, we'll be placing boxes around the city's facilities like the gas and fire, etc. All those we'll be placing the boxes like visibly where people can see them in order for the donations for people to put the donations in the box. And doing this, we will also collect the boxes on a monthly basis in order for it to be refilled and we can keep donating. With this, we are hoping that when people pass by, they are willing to donate food in order for us to get us to Feed the Need.
Great.
Thank you.
You have any questions?
Everybody have any questions?
Yes, first got a comment, just say, we commend you guys for doing that, being our future leaders. And also, in terms of your advertisement using the city, we need to make sure that you guys, are published or marketed, your program is being marketed in the best way we can to get the word out. And so whatever we can do to help you guys with that, we certainly would like to get that done.
You guys did a good job. Thank you.
Thank you.
Awesome job.
Thank you. With that said, yes, that's what I was going to do. Do we have a motion to approve?
I'll make a motion that we approve.
Second.
We have a motion, a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Thank you.
Can I just say I'm so proud of these guys?
As you should be. On to C, adopt resolution 2024 R194. Ms. Krantz.
A resolution of the city of Palatka authorizing the dedication of a Liberty Tree and Stone Memorial at the James C. Godwin Riverfront Park and providing for scrivener's errors.
Thank you.
And Madam Mayor, we do have representatives of the Sons of the American Revolution and the Daughters of the American Revolution present.
If you'd like to come up and give us any information you'd like to share with us about the live oak. Liberty Oak, excuse me.
Madam Mayor and Commissioners, my name is Mary Reese. I'm here representing a few members of the Sons and Daughters of the American Revolution. If you could put the first slide up, Sunny.
I also have a video too.
Yep, we're gonna do that in a little bit.
That's good.
We're here to talk about the Liberty Tree Project while she finds that. In July of 2016, Congress established, if I can pronounce it correctly, the Semi-Quincentennial Committee. And semi-quincentennial means 250. And so it is in celebration and in recognition of the upcoming 250th anniversary of our nation, which will take place on July 4th, 2026. Though it's 10 years, we know the revolution didn't just happen overnight. There were a lot of events that happened along the way. And just recently in last December, they celebrated the Boston Tea Party, and the whole town, city of Boston celebrated in reenactments, plays,
theatrics, etc. The journey towards this historic event is an opportunity to pause and reflect on our nation's past, honor the contributions of all Americans, and look forward to the future. You may ask, what is the Liberty Tree? The next. Thank you. It is one of the first symbols of revolution in our country. And how it came to be, the original Liberty Tree was again in Boston. And it became a place where the Loyal Nine, who became the Sons of Liberty, could meet and have a meeting without feeling that they were being listened to by spies or by colonial soldiers. As the Stamp Tax Act came about, you can remember how much anger and frustration this caused among the loyalists. And to kind of express their anger and frustration, they hung an effigy of Andrew Oliver in the Liberty Tree. Andrew Oliver was the stamp tax agent to collect the taxes at that time. I'm glad we don't kind of protest that way today. They chopped the effigy out of the tree, drug it through the streets over to the front of Andrew Oliver's home, where they beheaded him, stomped on him, and set him on fire. Well, that didn't create very many friends. And Andrew responded back to the king, who promptly had the Liberty Tree chopped down. And this spread throughout the 13 colonies, and Liberty trees popped up everywhere. And nowadays, they're all over our nation, not just in the 13 colonies. And we would like to propose the next slide, a particular tree at the riverfront. And if we could watch the little video that Peter did. It is next to the USS Tang Torpedo Memorial, which is befitting as a couple of our citizens lost their lives there. It's a fitting place to put that with the other veteran memorials and things. And this is the tree that you can see right there. And how we would do that is place a stone in front of it, telling a little bit about the Liberty Tree and what it represents. We don't have that set in stone, literally yet, but we have an idea of what we would put on the stone, and that's that next slide. You may ask, why should we have a Liberty Tree in Palatka? As part of a DAR mission statement, we have threefold. One is historical preservation, education, and patriotism. And this accomplishes all three as we preserve history, as we educate those children, whatever, even adults may go by and go, what's a Liberty Tree? Get out their phone, Google it, whatever, have a conversation. And hopefully that will instill patriotism through that. Other considerations, we ask that we have permission to use this tree as the Liberty Tree and place a stone there, is that there will be no cost to the city. We will all incur the costs involved. And we feel that the tree and the memorial will benefit all of Putnam County, with Palatka as a lead in that. So appreciate your time. Thank you. Does anybody have Any any questions? Ms. Reese? Apparently not. No. Okay. Do we have a motion to approve this resolution? Nod your head, yes. Do we have a motion to approve? Okay.
I move to approve the headstone that we're gonna put down there, or, because we're not gonna put another tree, it's just gonna be.
Right.
Oh,
We're using
Yeah.
that tree in proxy.
I looked it up today too.
We have a motion. Do we have a second? Okay, well,
we
Excuse me, Commissioner Barr?
I'll second it for discussion, but we did have somebody else who had requested for a monument to be put at the riverfront, and we declined on that, and so we don't, what kind of precedents are we're gonna set as it relates to picking and choosing? And so when we have that, we say no to one, and then now we have another one to come, and if we say yes to this, then what kind of precedents are we setting? So that's just my point.
And anybody else
Good point, Commissioner.
have any input on the discussion? Okay, with that said, yes, go ahead, Ms. Kitchens.
Allegra Kitchens, 1027 South 12th Street, Palatka, Florida, and a member of the DAR. I don't see how there could be any discussion, hesitation, or fear about honoring the founding of the United States of America. You all put a hand on a Bible, or didn't, and raised your hand and swore to uphold and defend the Constitution of the United States. And you compare a memorial to our country to any other memorial, and you're hesitant? I am aghast.
Okay, we have a motion. Second, any further discussion? Okay. All in favor?
Volumes because we want consistency. It has nothing to do with the personally.
Yes.
Again, if we set one precedent, we have to set it for everyone. It's nothing against the organization,
At all.
against what they stand for. You have your own thought process, and that's perfectly fine, but as far as us sitting behind this dais, we have other citizens who have made requests that were denied as a result of what we've talked about before. So again, nothing against the organization, nothing against what it stands for. And I'm aghast that you would get up here and talk to us the way that you just did.
And I would just recommend, as we recommended to the young man that came up and asked, you can make that request to the county as well. Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor? Opposed?
Aye.
Okay. Thank you.
Failed.
Thank you.
Motion failed. Item D. Adopt resolution 2024 R241. Okay, let's move on to the next topic. Okay, we're gonna move on.
Madam Mayor, if I may, resolution number 2024 R241, a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Palatka authorizing the execution of a union agreement with the Police Benevolent Association, providing an effective date and providing for scrivener's errors.
Thank you. If there's any questions, we have the representative here, the attorney for the Police Benevolent Association. Is there any questions?
Madam Mayor, if I
We
may.
we also have Meg Zabijaka attending via Zoom, who is our labor and employment law attorney. I believe you may recall her from the executive session on this.
Yeah.
Does anybody have any questions about this contract? Okay, do we have a motion to approve? We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Motion is second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposition? Thank you.
I'd like to say thank you on behalf of your police officers.
Thank
Have a good
you.
evening.
Adopt commission calendar for 2025. Ms. Kranz, do you want to?
Presenting to you the city, calendar, for 2025. Some notable changes with the commission calendar. February 27, 2025 is actually that commission meeting conflicts with the FBC Leo conference. We're proposing to cancel one commission meeting a month as per tradition in June, July, and August, also November and December for the summer and holiday months. And then also presented to you guys is the tentative budget workshop calendar for this coming summer, June through August. And as I scroll down, you can see the entire tentative proposed calendar.
Thank you. Do we have any questions? Changes? Okay. We have a motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion is second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposition? Thank you. On to F, adopt resolution 2024-R239. Ms. Grant.
Thank you again. Resolution number 2024-R239, as you stated, a resolution of the City of Palatka, Florida, authorizing the execution of a temporary employment agreement with Terrell Hill as interim city manager of the City of Palatka, providing an effective date and providing for scrivener's errors.
Ms. Jones.
Madam Mayor and Commissioners, I think you all should have, and this has been an ongoing process. We were tasked with October the 24th after a vote to select Mr. Hill, as interim city manager. We've had several different types of just contracts that have gone through, and you all should have the final version of the interim city manager contract before you, which indicates all of the language that we need. It may be some more that are gonna be advised in the staff comments in the background. So just a little background of what we have here is the commissioner, when you approved the appointment of Terrell Hill as interim city manager on October 24th, the direction of the commission was the human resource and the legal department began preparing a contract for Mr. Hill to be presented in the commission in November meeting. A copy of the contract was initiated and provided to Mr. Hill, and he had recommendations, several items to be provided in the contract. Legal also determined that the of council requirement needed to be met before the contract could be finalized, and a list of the court cases which have the City of Palatka as a party has been requested, not yet received. And a copy of the contract with the noted items recommended by Mr. Hill was attached. I also provided just a format of different areas that was looked at as far as if this contract moved forward as to a salary that was within there. So you all have that information before you as well. So the staff recommendation as it pertains to this item is that the commission reviews and considers the approval of the attached revised contract, which considers precedent and other related factors, and in accordance with the city manager search guidance approved and accepted by the commission on October 24th, and reflects the term of November 24th to February 2025, and should not exceed the range of 102,000 to the 135,488, which was my recommendation, which is based on a calculation of the numbers that have been provided before you. The commission also may want to consider additional items that's not listed within the contract, which was Mr. Hill's contractual term when he agrees to the of council, which has been stated by legal we need to have in there, but not on the short-term contract, that he wanted an extended contract of at least 12 months. In that, and the city may at any time choose to appoint Mr. Hill as city manager. On that one, he wants to begin, and I think in the new contract, all of these things were kind of weighed out because it went to a contract basis. So the vacation and that we will not need. The salary requirements that he had asked for it's based at 180,000, 15,000 a month, which is 5,000 over. No, more than that. 15,000 a month, which I had recommend my calculation would be 10. Yeah, 10. Yeah. So it's 5211 for 26 weeks. It's 5211.12 is what I had calculated. And that's bi-weekly. So it really averages out to what was presented to you all on a basis, which would be a step 3, as I indicated on the city manager pay scale, and a step 4 in the assistant city manager pay scale. That was my recommendation, although the city does have, the commission does have the authority to utilize any other numbers that they deem necessary to validate this contract and to set a different amount.
Additional comment would be that a part of the process that Human Resources embarked upon was looking at the precedent we had a precedent contract, which was like at 84,000. So we did take that number and try to consider or calculate what it would be. And this 5 years later, and that is the basis for that $102,000 number.
Does anybody have any questions of Ms. Jones?
Has everything been agreed upon in terms of what everything haven't been presented?
Yeah,
You're saying?
Mr. Hill is aware of the numbers that have been presented. It's up to the commission. He recommends, the 15,000 a month, which would basically boil down, bi-weekly 7,500. That wasn't my recommendation, so it would be up to the commission to either agree to Mr. Hill or accept, what we have put together and presented to you all as a recommendation, or come up with a number that will be satisfactory to make an offer to Mr. Hill.
But you have in the amendment section that's part of this contract, the amendment section here below category 6, item 16. So are we voting on this, or what are we voting on?
Are you looking at the one in the packet or the handout one?
I'm looking at the one in the packet.
The
Look,
handout.
She's
Handout.
referring to the one that was provided today, the handout.
It's on your desk.
It's on your desk. It was this one and has this little, the boxes in the front page, the cover report. This one?
Okay.
Does anybody have other questions of Ms. Jones? There are some people who would like to get up for public comment on this particular agenda item. So
Thank
I'm
you.
going to allow that to happen, and then we can come back for further discussion. Public comment is 3 minutes. Please be respectful and provide the city or town of your residence. Mary Lonicky.
Hello, my name is Mary Lonke and I live at 220 Madison Street. Linda Kreider was sitting next to me and she had to leave early and she asked me if I would read this for her. I'm standing before you this evening to show my support for the city of Palatka and for you all as mayor and commissioners, as steward of this beautiful place. At a time when the financial struggles and uncertainties of the city has caused the decision to give up or sell many of the cherished buildings because of the cost to hold on and maintain them, it is hard for me to understand why the request is being considered to pay an exorbitant salary for a single staff position. While that salary range may fit with the budgets of larger or cities, it does not fit ours. I am surprised that Mr. Hill, knowing as well as he does the financial challenges that Palatka endures, would even propose it. In your decision tonight, I only hope that you would consider the trust the citizens of Palatka have put in you to safeguard the resources, including its financial stability.
Thank you. Ms. Duke?
Vicky Duke, Palatka, Florida. The city manager's job is one of the most important jobs for the whole city. It's my opinion. It's not an elected position. This person is hired by the commissioners and the mayor. This is a full-time job. Ms. Carty, and I'm sure I'm saying that wrong, but you've done a wonderful job and you have full respect of all the people that work under you and are working with you. And we have seen a wonderful change because of your involvement. So moving forward, all I ask is that Mr. Hill, is he willing to work for this commission and our mayor? Now they will be his boss. And I want him, that's important to me. The problems that were at least what was shared with us with Mr. Bill and the other city managers as they were working through their 90-day probation was that they were not coming back in a timely manner with the reports requested by y'all. And then there was issues with hostile environments working with the people that worked under them. All I ask at this point is that with this being a full-time job, that Mr. Hill be held to the same standards that you made Mr. Bill. 90-day probation, same amount of time for vacation. He is a new hire. He was a mayor, not a city manager. This is a different kind of job. These all calls for answers. At the last meeting when he spoke to all of us and y'all was open for questions, at the end, he did talk about all that he did for the city, not what they did. Took credit for everything that he did, that the city commissioners were not really responsible for those improvements. In the last meeting, it was a goal to have the city manager by March. So I was confused by the information in the paper about Mr. Hill wanting a year or 2-year interim manager. But I do see from, if the paper's correct, y'all can make him manager, city manager, anytime you want to. I would just like to see him in this interim prove that the improvements that have been made by Ms. Carty, which I'm saying wrong, that the involvement of all the employees that work in those positions can work with him and move forward with him, and our city can continue to be in a positive light. Thank you very much.
Thank you. With that said, there's no further public comments submitted. Okay, do we have,
I motion to table the item because I do have lots of questions. I can't speak for any other commissioners, but I don't know where the amount came from. We weren't involved. I know I wasn't involved in the process of coming up with an amount. So with that being said, I would like to have this item tabled, please.
Mr. Hill, did you want to come up? But I know there is a motion on the floor. Do we have a second on that to table?
I second motion.
A motion to second? Mr. Hill? Well, please come up. Okay. There's been a motion and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposition? Okay, Mr. Hill?
Good afternoon, Terrell Hill, 805 St. John's Avenue, Palatka, Florida. To the mayor, to the commissioners. I wanted to clarify a couple of things that were there. There's been some confusion throughout the process. I've received 3 different contracts from the time this is all started, and additionally a resolution. I think there's been some scatter of what's in place. So the resolution says the recommendation from staff is $11,275, which comes out to be the equivalent of $135,000. But tonight, I think the number I heard was 102,000 because I got an email about 248 today. What was the number that was said today?
She gave a range. She gave a range.
102.
It was
Yes, go ahead.
What you saw was the range from 102 as the low end to 135,486. And the recommendation by Human Resources was the 135,000.
Okay, so the other part is to answer the question as to where the $15,000 per month came from. $15,000 per month came in. I was never given those numbers beforehand. They just told me to give them a salary expectation to start negotiations. So I gave them a number in anticipation that we were going to negotiate. If you do math on what Mr. Bell was making, which was $162,000, with your general fund coefficient of about 30%, and adding his insurance and all the other things that were there, that's about a $240,000 hit per year to the budget. The number I gave is $60,000 less than what Mr. Bell was currently making. Your highest paid employee makes about $1,000 more than that amount that Mr. Bell was making based upon the information that I requested, which means that your highest paid employee today still has about a $240,000 hit to the budget. Is my math right, Ms. Cardy?
You're both correct.
So what I'm saying is, while it seems exorbitant to a lot of people, and I heard the statement that says, if I know what the finances of the budget are, I do. It saves the city $60,000 right away and what's going on. Also, there was question as to how I work with staff. Well, I've been working with staff for the last few weeks, and to kind of report back to the city, you've got one project that we're saving about $80,000 on right now. It was a $110,000 project where we did a takeoff at $32,000, which would save you roughly $80,000. Aside from that, today we also were able to secure a grant from one of your from one of your business partners within the community for a holiday grant, which was $10,000 that would be coming in. So just general math gives you 90,000. And what's already done before I even take an hour of work here. I've had a great time working with Ms. Cardy and working with staff and trying to get some of those things done and dealing with some of the problems that have been here historically and been able to provide information. But I want the commission to understand that those numbers are just negotiating points. What has to happen is like with the Oscars.
I know. I was like,
But I think what has to happen is there has to be some direction given so that, because it puts staff in a very awkward situation when they're negotiating with someone who could be potentially the person that's overseeing them. And I don't think in all ways that's fair. When we did Mr. Garner's contract and all the others' contract, we had a commission liaison who was involved in the process so that there was always, so the director from the commission was always in place. I was actually the liaison on Mr. Garner's contract. And if you want to look at Mr. Garner's number, and I know that's something that they tried to do historically, when Mr. Garner's contract came about, the city manager didn't make $100,000 back after Terry Suggs left. The highest paid employee of the city was only making about $85,000. And so if you multiply his 7,000 by 12, it's 84, which puts him at the same point as the highest paid employee. I firmly believe that no one should supervise an employee who makes more money than them, unless that employee's been there for 20 years. And that's something that's there. So I think that supervisors, when you talk about compression and things of that nature, you want the person who's supervising to make more. I'm still not going to make more. It just looks like more on paper because I don't get pension or benefits or any of that other stuff as a temporary employee coming in. And then the other question, and I think the thing that we have to look at is I've had a contract that says 5 months. I've seen a 9-month contract, and I saw a contract that didn't have a term. So all those things are considerations for the commission as we move forward. And I wholeheartedly believe that the input from each commissioner has to be given to staff so that that can be done, so that we don't have to go through all of this just to get to a number where, quite honestly, I don't think we're relatively far apart in the grand scheme of things. And from a budget standpoint, again, I saved you 60 and I brought you 90. And that's just from utilizing community partners who are here in the community, and as opposed to having people from the outside sometimes who try to gouge the city when it comes to certain projects. So thank you for your time.
thank you. So direction, do we want to give direction to staff? Do we want a liaison? Do we want to, how do we want to move forward?
I have some direction. I feel that we should to give staff to go along with what Mr. Hill was saying. first thing we have to do, if we're the employer trying to give a job, or offer a job, we have to set the range. We have to have a range that we agree upon. We can't talk to one another outside of this meeting. So what I would suggest is each individual provide the interim with a range that's acceptable.
Yes.
You get that range and you can work the numbers by maybe putting the average out. Okay? Then that'll give us a starting point at least.
Yes, sir.
So to be fair to Mr. Hill, we're giving what we're willing to offer, and then his counter offer, and then we go, that's how negotiations start. I never seen negotiations start the way this jumped off, the way the paper had it. Okay? So, and for the clarity, I don't blame Mr. Hill.
Thank
I would start out high too.
Yes.
Because if in negotiation, it's up to us to either match it, decline it, or come back to the table. Okay, that's how that goes. And everybody up here knows that it just was a misstep. And what we're coming at now is we're gonna start over. It's gonna be a delay, but it's not a deny. And we have these numbers, and stuff have to be communicated to all of us. We get the same information. And as we push it out, you have to communicate to this entire board. So that we won't have this miscommunication again. And then we go forward. If we agree to the terms, the contract looked fine. I think you just, Jill said the contract is fine with the terms, but the money. So we've heard people say that the money is high, and I'm gonna be the first to say it. What you asked for, Mr. Hill, that is high. I don't think it's pallet. I could pallet that one. You already know in negotiation. However, the worth and what we're asking him to do, the term and the length, I think we need to also agree upon. Because nobody said that. We haven't said, I've heard 3 years, 1 year, 9 months. That's another thing that we need to put in writing where we're trying to be.
And I
Okay?
agree, and I,
So-
I had done that already, but I think we all need to submit in writing based on the terms requested by Mr. Hill, what how we respond to those, or what are all our individuals. What? I thought we were all gonna submit. I was suggesting 6 months for the term of the contract, but that's one particular item that we're talking about. I'm just saying for all those things that Mr. Hill, oh gosh, yikes. Mr. Hill, included terms requested, which again, he's negotiating. He can put out there whatever he thinks is reasonable for him. I agree with that. I think it is our responsibility individually to respond to HR and let them know what our thoughts are. And so we can have a more unified discussion about this.
And if I may, HR, we get communication, like once we submit our suggestions,
Yes.
that we know that we get this information communicated to us. So I had no idea that you submitted numbers or
Well, I
anything.
don't know that. You can't do that,
Oh,
except at this meeting.
so, okay, I don't have to know what it is, but we didn't have any idea. We could have had some guidance in the process.
Right, you're exactly right, Commissioner. The fact that communication was had, that is permissible. The content and the substance of that communication cannot be shared
Exactly,
due to
which
sunshine.
is exactly.
So we
Well-
all know what our tasks are. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Commissioner Jones.
Well, to your point, well, how are we gonna know when we get to, how are we gonna know the average or the median range that we're gonna be in?
Yeah, we can send it back out to you, correct? I could prepare like a table.
Average summary, not.
Yes, but you can't say.
Identify.
Identified who
You got-
submitted what.
Right, I understand
Is
how
what
to
I said.
communicate.
But
Okay.
Yeah.
what's the criteria? What it is, what is it that you all would like for all of us to be on the same page and
Okay.
submit? So
Commissioner
some guidance in
Jones-
that process.
Yes, ma'am. So Commissioner Jones identified that the first thing that we would need to know is what is the range that
Yes.
you want us to work within? That's number one. Number two, the
Mhm.
length.
Mm-hmm.
How long did you want the length of the contract to be? I think those are the two most important items. If we have that because the contract itself is well written, but this is what we're probably lacking.
Thank you.
And we obviously are not going to meet again until December, so we need to respond. And we get into the holidays within a couple of weeks to HR so that they can turn around and share the information in a general sense without specifics as to who submitted what, so that we're prepared for the December meeting.
Well, I don't want to keep saying what I want, but I think that we need to expedite the process. And we can't go on to December. Next it's gonna be the time to be out because you guys just showed us a timeline earlier. So time is of the essence.
So
Let's get it done. What about the first of next week, Monday?
Thank you.
Monday would be great.
And move, you had a weekend to think about it and submit it, and we go forward from there. That's what I
Yes.
suggest.
Anybody else have any thoughts? I'm
I'm-
fine
I'm-
with whatever timeline. I've already
Yes.
done it. so, Good. Anything else? Okay.
Excuse me.
And I missed which name. On to G. Are we clear how we're proceeding going forward? Okay.
Can somebody summarize what they think they understand so that we all know? Can somebody summarize what they think they understand so we all know?
Sonny, what do you have in your notes? If, Madam Mayor, if I
Do
may,
we
I
need to
ask.
take a quick break or
No, I don't think we need a break. I think it can just quickly review.
we need to summarize so we all know?
Summary is that the staff is seeking direction regarding the salary range and the length of the temporary contract the commission would like it to be. And then I took down that Commissioner Jones asked the commission to submit the information to HR by Monday.
And again, it's the acceptance of a review of the contract as it's drafted and all of the requests or suggestions Mr. Hill made that if we have any input, we provide it to HR by Monday.
Okay.
So are we looking to have a liaison from the commission?
That would be.
Well, if we have to make a request or a suggestion, I ask that Commissioner Jones take it in consideration. And the reason I'm asking that he takes it in consideration,
Because-
Commissioner Jones has HR experience.
Thank you.
And so he's very familiar with the onboarding process, contracts, and things of that nature. And he has been very vocal with regards to today. So again, that's the reason why I'm asking that he serve as the liaison between the commission and HR.
That's fine. Never if that's what the consensus is.
He
I'm in
will
agreement.
kind
The people have a lot of HR experience on the commission too, but we'll go with that.
And may I add that we put a timeline on us to get it to staff?
got it
We
for
we
Monday.
need a timeline for staff to return it back to us,
Okay.
the information back,
So that
so.
means tonight, because if you got to be here by Monday. I mean.
Well,
we literally-
staff get it back to us by Tuesday.
The summary.
Oh, so if we're submitting to staff
Mhm.
and we're gathering on Monday, we have to have,
No,
we're not
no, no, no,
gathering.
you're not gathering.
No.
We're just submitting the
by
information.
Monday. We have the
We're
weekend to
just
think
submitting
about
the
it.
Information. Then they're going to summarize it without identifying who said what, and get it back to us. And that is when you're asking for a timeline on that.
At least Wednesday. About Wednesday.
That'd be great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Wednesday, thanks.
Are we all set on that topic? G, excuse me, discussion direction for the funding of the demolition of 1122 Bronson Street, Old Best Packers.
Right.
Ms. West.
Sure. I have a video clip here. This is an issue that I've been working with code enforcement to try and address. This is a parcel of property located 1122. Could you play the video, please, Sunny? Right. Formerly known as the meatpacking plant or Old Best Packers. This facility has caused significant public safety issues for both our fire department and our police department. We conducted a walkthrough with a contractor last week. I was hoping to do.
Okay, this is the building on the.
Could you mute it and just have it play in the background? Thank you so much. I appreciate it. This is what it looks like inside the facility. There are squatters throughout the building. There are no facilities on site. If you did have the audio, you would note that as they're doing the walkthrough, they had to have the building cleared by the police department because of safety standards. There is excessive feces, urine. I asked how many people have been found at this facility. Sometimes it's just a couple, sometimes 20, sometimes 100.
Wow.
100 people in this facility. This is a significant public safety threat to this city, not to mention an eyesore. It is owned by John Kastner, who also happens to own John's Metals, which is another significant code violation. I was able to secure a summary order of abatement from our former city manager, which gives us the authorization when it's this high of a public safety risk to move forward with demolition. The problem here is the cost of demolition. If you could please pass out the Fade-In Builders contract. I was able to secure through connections with other city attorneys across the state, a contractor that was qualified to handle a demolition of this kind. It does trigger some federal standards because of the lead and asbestos. We'll have to have a NESHAP report to test for those, and there's going to be some air quality pollution containment that's going to have to happen. As you can see, there's a lot on this site that is very likely extremely toxic, and so we need to mitigate for that through the demolition process. The process would take approximately a month. It would have to call for containment. But as you can see from the estimate here for these 3 structures that would be demolished, we're looking at an exorbitant amount of $374,000.
Okay, question on that. Does Mr. Meadows, John Meadows, this is his last name, Meadows?
No, his name is John Kastner.
John's Meadows is a company name.
Well, he does have code violations,
Oh,
correct?
yes, sir.
Okay.
A few.
Is there any way, did he pay any of them? Did he pay any of them?
So he has paid in full because I filed a foreclosure, the judgment that I obtained on John's Metals of $44,000. We're not at that point yet with this.
Yeah, so we can
It's-
recoup some of that money from him because this is his mess.
Yes, but the liens will not come close
Okay,
to
won't.
covering this.
Okay, the other thing in terms of almost 400,000 to do that, that's significant.
It's
And
really
is
high.
there a way that we can maybe secure that building in a way where nobody can get in there?
So that is, and I don't, so
Like-
Chief Shaw can address it.
There-
That was the first approach that I took, and Chief Shaw can talk about the difficulties that would be involved with containing this facility.
Like wherever there would be doors, that's a concrete
Yes.
block building. If you just block it in, just block it in. That won't work? Okay.
Chief Shaw,
We did
please.
that,
Okay.
but go ahead.
Good evening, Commissioners and Mayor. This building is a public safety nightmare.
Okay.
We've attempted on several occasions, we clear it regularly. We've attempted on several occasions to secure it. There's multiple points of entry. It is impossible to secure completely. On every area we secure, they unsecure. The other problem is once we do take ownership and secure, and we even approached it of possibly welding things shut, but then we take on the liability if anything happens therein, we as the city. So now you're putting a price on not demoing a building, but you're putting a price on
Liability.
a life and the liability.
Yeah.
So our area for importance for the public safety factor is being that you can't secure it and that the building remains multiple times unsecure and we're having to clear it and make arrest out of it. And that there's fires in there. You can see where there's burning, where they're starting fires in there. Again, it's a public safety nightmare. So our approach for me and the fire chief, we came to the city attorney and trying to find a different method to have to approach it before we have a major issue. And we know that winter's approaching and we're gonna have more of an encampment in there for the homeless, which we could have a large problem.
Okay.
Commissioner Jones?
Could it be an exercise for the fire department for training?
It's the hazmat
to-
thing.
To
This,
start the fire and demolish it that way? Would it be cheaper?
I don't know if it would completely deal with the demo portion, but I think that's a question for Chief Taylor, who's not here right now. I don't know. if the
Assistant Chief Branford is here.
Okay, Deputy Chief may be able to answer that question a little bit better than I.
I know we've done it in the past.
there's also the hazmat aspect
With the
of it too.
asbestos and everything
Yeah, the
else.
hazmat is risky.
The simple answer is no. With 100% certainty, the simple answer is no. There's so many requirements that it takes to burn an acquired structure.
Right.
We could never make this building safe enough to burn like that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Gotcha.
Yes, sir.
So question, and just hearing what has been presented to us from across the board and trying to come to a resolution with regards to this funding, where would that
Come from.
come from?
In ARPA, what we were looking at earlier, we do have, I believe it was.
And that's a use?
200,000 over there for demolition.
How would that be? How can we use that?
And we can use ARPA funds for something.
You can use it. I
For
did-
blight, is
we
it for
did
blight?
research.
The specific line item for ARPA, sorry, I'm really passionate about this really particular project, is specifically for removal of blight, purchase, vacant properties abatement.
Exactly.
But we'll spend a lot of money on just one property, but if we could use that money on several other locations to beautify other locations in the city. I don't think we should use it just at one location, not just because the next question is, what we gonna do with it when we burn it down? How will we tear it down? We don't have a plan for that. So I would say continue the abatement act. And for right now, so that like Commissioner Borm said, we could then get fines and liens from him for a short period of time. But not use all that funding on that one particular lot.
However,
We could be beautifying the city in other areas. That's just a opinion.
however, the structure is presenting an inherent and potential danger to the community and a liability. I mean, there really is a safety issue here and the risk of life. Again, it's getting cool. People are going to continue to burn fires to keep warm and continue to try to get inside there as they have been. How much of that do we want to take?
And that's the same thing as other structures throughout the city.
It's not our property.
It's not our property.
I get that, but we are responsible for the communities, the citizens of this community. I agree. I understand it's not our property. But we're knowingly, we know about it.
I'm not in agreement to spending that amount of money on one structure.
So can I get a little guidance? If we're not, okay, this was going to be a piggyback because there was urgency going into winter months. But could we at least put this out to bid to get different estimates on demolishing the structure?
I'm not opposed to
Fine
that.
with that.
It's not going to happen in time for winter, because we'd have to put it out for at least 30 days, but
I'm not opposed to that.
Well, yeah, I think we
So
have
let
to
me
start.
ask this question. What conversation has been had with Mr. John?
his attorney, he's hired an attorney, so I can't contact him directly. His attorney is completely unresponsive.
So you've attempted to talk to him?
Numerous times, yes.
So how would we move forward with doing anything on that property if we can't, if we don't own the property?
Correct.
Okay. And so how do we move forward on voting for something
So
that we want to move forward with? And you said you can do it within a month.
Yes.
Are they okay with the city moving forward, demoing their business? I mean, their building?
So I have a summary order of abatement, which our code allows for us, if we have an extreme public safety hazard,
So,
our code allows the city manager to execute a summary order of abatement, and we can abate in whatever way necessary to address the public safety violation. In this case, it was determined, as you just heard, that we
Okay.
can't weld the door shut. We have to demolish.
right, okay.
And
why
I
wouldn't they
I
with
can
paper?
share with you one other factor that is potentially helpful in terms of the fiscal impacts. The owner, John Kastner, as I mentioned, he paid 44,000 before letting John's Metals go to a foreclosure sale. The amount of money that we would spend on demolishing the structure would then be a lien on this property that we could then foreclose upon. I don't know if he would pay that one as well, but it would be a lien on the property.
Have we worked with him to let him know what type of, I mean,
He's
I
been
mean,
non-responsive.
he responded to the 44,000.
So maybe
He's,
if we take the steps that you took there, he may, you know, like you said, if you put the lien on there, he may
okay, I
pay
mean,
that.
whatever we can do, just, whatever's in the best interest, but again, putting almost $400,000 into,
Yeah.
demolishing a building, that's significant. We can go and build a structure.
Are we okay on recommending that bids be obtained at least to start the process regardless of what else?
I'm okay with that.
Yes.
So let me ask this question, legal. I know, is there a time where we could make the publication time frame shorter than 30 days?
For the invitations to bid,
Yes.
there may be emergency provisions that allow.
And I'm
for a
just simply
faster
asking because again, I don't want us to dismiss the fact that this venue is dangerous and the potential impact that it can have on our community. And I know even just the house next door was subject to a fire. And I'm just, again, I pass by it just about every day and I see individuals sitting outside and all of those kind of things. And again, if we're looking to make our community safe and beautify our cities, this is a structure that has been an eyesore all of my life, and I'm 38 years old. So again, I think that we need to take the necessary steps, and if there is an opportunity for us to cut that time frame, because again, anybody who's gonna bid, they're gonna bid. If they're not gonna bid, they're not gonna bid
Okay.
in a time frame. But again, I want to make sure that we do absolutely everything and not dismiss the fact that as we are entering into these cold months, that this could potentially. Now, as much as I passed by, I did not think that 100 people would congregate in that facility. So just hearing that further raise the flag that we need to do what we need to do. So if there's an opportunity for us to lessen the time frame for the RFP, please let's take that route so that we can get this done expeditiously.
Thank you.
Any further discussion on this topic?
I think that proposal need to be about half of this amount.
Well,
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
Well, I
and the
guess if we
head
get
stand is a big
multiple,
piece of it.
yeah, if we get multiple proposals, there could, it could very well come in under that. So hopefully that will be the case, but
We'll see.
public safety is top of the list. And, yeah,
So as far
make
as
it a homeless shelter.
So as we close out this, because I see this is only good for 30 days, will there be any communication made with them that we are looking?
I'll contact him. This was actually very difficult to find a qualified contractor. I'll contact him and let him know the status, and hopefully he can keep his quote open.
Is there a pathway to maybe acquiring that building so that we can improve it to the degree to where it can become maybe a homeless shelter?
We don't own it.
That's what
Yeah, you think the cost?
Yeah,
is,
I mean, so
say,
to rehab,
300,000?
you think it would be more? It can't be rehab?
It can't be,
Okay.
it can't be.
Okay, I'm just
That would take
shooting
an
out.
engineer to be able to give us that kind of opinion.
But yeah, we need to, we would need to tout that maybe with the engineer or something like that to be able to.
We do not own this property. We have an order that allows us to abate the public safety risk. We don't have an order that allows us to convert it into a homeless shelter.
I understand that.
Second eminent domain.
I understand that, but I was saying investigate that, and that means communicating with the owner. Because they're not doing anything with the property. I very well understand the abatement piece.
Any further discussion? Thank you. On to public hearings. Adopt resolution 2024 R230, Ms. Krantz.
Thank you so much, Madam Mayor. Presenting to you resolution number 2024 R230, a resolution of the city of Palatka authorizing acceptance of the final plat for the subdivision of the Palatka Mall property at 400 North State Road, 19 Palatka, Florida 32177, parcel number 2102640, 126040, authorizing all required signatures on behalf of the city of Palatka and providing for scrivener's errors.
Mr. Bama.
Good evening, Mayor Commissioners. This final plat for subdivision was reviewed and approved by the planning board at the meeting on August 6th. And the approval was contingent upon a few items that need to be addressed by the applicant. The applicant has since satisfied all those conditions. The future land use on this parcel is commercial and it is zoned intensive commercial C2. And the new out parcel that will be created will continue to have the same designation. Basically what it is an existing plat where the mall is today, and they're subdividing into four parcels. One of them will be the existing Palatka Mall, and 3 out parcels which are intended for future development. All the parcels will be used at existing accesses. There are 3 accesses from State Road 19, and also have an internal roadway that will serve all 3 new created parcels. The proposed subdivision parcels meet the development standards and is conforming with the city of Palatka Code of Ordinances 74-9 and 74-12, and also consistent with the Florida statute, chapter 167. The final plat is consistent with the preliminary plat. The applicant, like I said, has addressed all the items that were pending. And also the final plat was reviewed by Morris Surveying and Mapping Inc., a third-party surveyor that was selected by the city to review the plat, and he has stated in a letter that he has no concerns or any issues with the plat. Yeah, the applicant's agent is here. If you want to, you can make a short presentation and you can answer any question you might have. Staff is recommending approval of this final plat.
Thank you. Is that you? Okay.
Put those other, the actual pictures so that we could relate to what it's doing.
The pictures that I've got up on the screen at the moment are actually the presentation of the applicant.
Oh, okay.
But I liked the pictures, so I apologize. They just look better than the ones in the resolutions. That's why I grabbed them up, but I don't mean to jump ahead of her presentation ahead of her. I'm sorry.
Ms. Montagne, would you like to come up, Montagne?
Good evening, Autumn Martinage, Matthews, DCCM, 7 Waldo Street, St. Augustine. Mostly I'm just here for any questions that you guys have. Lorenzo did a fantastic job kind of explaining our goal. The property owner is just seeking to subdivide 3 undeveloped parcels within the site. If you could advance the slide. Let's see. This just shows the existing zoning, the aerial of the site. Go forward one more. And obviously this is just an aerial, but the A, B, or the B, C, and D, the yellow stars, that is the location of the new parcels. A is, of course, what I call the parent parcel. It's the remainder of the large parcel. You could advance one more slide. And you can see this is the top half of the plat, because the site is so large, it's actually a 3-page plat, the title page, and then this. So you can see a portion of parcel D. So they're labeled differently than on the other slide. I apologize for not catching that. Parcel A is there at the north. That is the parcel closest to the Lowe's or Home Depot. I forget which one. Lowe's. Thank you. Parcel C is behind the mall. It is a large undeveloped parcel to the back of the property. And then if you flip to the next slide, parcel B is that parking lot, excess parking there at the southern side of the property. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Does anybody have any questions?
What type of interest, business they talking about?
They're not
putting
there
in
yet.
Nothing has been shared with me. It is the property owner's goal to subdivide and then possibly market it to potential buyers. I know at one point he was talking to a grocery chain that is not currently located in the Palatka Mall market. I think that has since fallen to the wayside, but there has been some interest from national brands, at least within the last 18 months.
Any additional questions?
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to open the floor to public comment. Is there anybody here for public comment on this item? Seeing no one close public comment, do we have a motion?
So move.
Second.
Motion is second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposition? Thank you. Thank you. On to commissioner comments. Do we have any comments?
I just want
Commissioner
to,
Kim?
I just want to,
Go ahead.
oh, I just want to extend a thank you to Commissioner Borm for hosting his very informative town hall meeting. I believe that the attendance was great. I believe that the questions that came as a result were very informative questions and questions that I believe that benefit those that were in attendance and those that could possibly. I did make the request and I want to, because we can't talk outside of this, that some of the questions that was posed from that, with your permission, be put on a question and answer type deal and shared with website or something. So I believe, again, some of those questions that were asked in that meeting should be provided general knowledge for our citizens. Again, thank you for that town hall.
I second that, Commissioner. So certainly move to have, I guess, Ms. Krantz to produce those and provide those to city manager and as well as Mr. Willett to be able to publish those. So we've had a really good, rich engagement with the community. But that was just to finish up this comment. We can go on around.
Commissioner Jones? Any
I don't
comments?
have to.
Commissioner Borrow? Any further comments?
I just want to just thank everybody for coming out to the town hall or whatever. And again, thank the staff that put everything together. That was just in a good outpouring with the staff. Every department, I think every department was represented. And so whenever we have these forums again, I mean, when they ask questions of any of the commission that's there, it's always good to have staff there, because if we're not knowledgeable about a particular subject or what have you, staff just jump right in and they were able to provide the necessary answers that the community needed without having to wait additional time for that. And certain things that we will have to go circle back around and address. But again, we had a very, very good enriched engagement. We showed them the new website as it relates to the various things that the city has, and people took up on that. And we want to empower the people as it relates to different things, because a lot of time they was coming in, they was complaining about certain things or raising issues about things, but then we showed them that what they can do from a standpoint of technology wise and or manually wise, they could empower themselves and not have to wait on the city to do it. So that's what we did, and I appreciate everybody for coming out and supporting.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. And not to prolong us or anything, but I would be remiss not to extend a congratulations to Commissioner Jones on his reelection. And
I was so excited, I forgot to say that, but yeah, I stopped.
It's Commissioner McCaskey.
and Mrs. Annie Henderson Davis on her election.
Welcome to the board.
Thank you. Any additional comments? With that said, do we have a motion to adjourn?
So move second.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, boy, you know, I used to be there, but
Yeah.
the other day, man.
Hey.
But